You're joining us live from City Hall here in the great city of South Fulton. Introducing Mayor and Council. Mayor Khalid. Councilwoman Dr. Catherine Rao, District 1. Councilwoman Carmelita Gums, District 2. Councilwoman Helen Zenobia Willis, District 3. Councilman J.C. Sebastian, District 4. Councilwoman Keosha B. Bell,
Present.
District 5.
Your volume is low. Can you all turn it up?
Councilwoman Natasha Williams Brown, District 6. Mayor Pro Tem Linda Becker Pritchett, District
I can't
7.
hear you.
Interim City Attorney
I'm present.
Sarah Kelly. City Clerk Corey Adams. City Manager Sharon D. Subadan. Thank you for joining the City of South Fulton Council meeting, a city on the rise.
Good afternoon and welcome to our second council meeting of the month. We're coming to you 1 week early so our electeds can get up to Congress to lobby for more for you, as well as attend the Congressional Black Caucus week. So, Mr. Clerk, please sound the item. Please sound the roll.
Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor, members of council, and the general public at large. This is the roll call for the September 17th City Council work session. The Honorable Catherine F. Rao, District 1.
Present.
The Honorable Carmelita Gums, District 2.
Present.
The Honorable Helen Z. Willis, District 3.
Present virtually.
The Honorable J.C. Sebastian, District 4.
Here.
The Honorable Keosha B. Bell, District 5. The Honorable Natasha Williams Brown, District 6. The Honorable Linda B. Pritchett, District 7.
Aki.
And the Honorable Mayor Khalid.
Present.
Mr. Mayor, you have a quorum.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. Please sound the first item.
First item is a presentation, Retail Strategies, Retail Recruitment Partnership Overview and Update. Will be presented by Assistant City Manager Davis and Mill Graves.
Good evening, Mayor, City Council. Carmen Davis is the City Manager. I just want to introduce our presenter, Mill Graves from Retail Strategies. As you know, in April of '24, the City Council secured Retail Strategies to provide retail consulting services, which include the recruitment plan development, retail and restaurant analysis, as well as assistance to the economic team to further the business attraction efforts. So with no further ado, I will turn over the presentation to Mr. Graves.
Thank you, AC and Davis. Good afternoon, Mayor, Council. My name is Mill Graves, and I'm your Portfolio Director for Retail Strategies, and our partnership is your all's Economic Development Extension, focused on retail commercial. Today, I'd like to just give a brief overview of the partnership to date, some updates, and then also offer this opportunity as a chance to present to the public a little bit about, our role and what we're doing on behalf of the community. So real briefly, who are we? Our organization has been around since 2011. Primarily what we're working on with the city of South Fulton as an extension of the community and the economic development team is national brand recruitment and retention. This also includes regional businesses that are in Metro Atlanta, potentially looking for a first location and also a second or third location. Our team has also extensive experience in small business technical assistance as well as downtown. If you may recall, the beginning of our partnership was actually dedicated to a downtown exercise in the Red Oak District. And so we are done with that activation and plan portion of that. And we're primarily focused on the national retail recruitment. But the idea is we're practitioners. We've been in this industry for a long time. We have these national and regional relationships, and our job is to use the 65 team members that we have, primarily located in Birmingham, Alabama, but I'm also here in your Atlanta team, to really amplify the city of South Fulton's message. And so we're involved across the country in a lot of the organizations that you see here, some of which are actually retail organizations where we're there meeting with the decision makers of the industry, as well as we're very involved at the state level. So we've done a lot of work with our universities, and we're extension and partners of our utility partners as well. Myself, I have a background in economic development, used to work on the utility side for the municipal power cities across the state of Georgia. So very familiar with this region. Worked with College Park, Fairburn, and East Point specifically as MEAG communities in the past. And so excited to be a part of this community and continue our work here. So today, like I said, I'd like to kind of briefly touch on our role and kind of where we stand with the community. I want to talk a little bit about retailer site selection, what that looks like. We are a part of this economic development process, and we see retail being a big part of making community competitive. So obviously good schools, attainable housing, and good quality of life are things that our citizens are looking for when they choose to live in a community, right? And so retail is a big part of that. And so we'll talk a little bit about what this retail strategy is, what we've been working on, where we are in the timeline as it relates to this partnership, and what those applications are with the plan. That is an ongoing kind of living, breathing document, and also implementation plan. This is action oriented, right? So we have systems in place, and working with staff and the community and leadership to understand where we need to go and focus is a big part of that. The second part is, what are those updates? Who have we done outreach to, and what does that look like? What properties are we focused on? What corridors? And then I want to give a little bit of tech update. Technology is a big part of what we do when we research a community. Data is innovative right now as far as the applications that we have and the research that we can do, and working closely with the city staff to understand how we can better utilize that over the next couple quarters and year, to the advantage of existing property owners and businesses as well. So our role, the way we kind of see this, we are an extension of this community, and we want our network to be your network. And so that looks different to the leadership. It looks different to staff. It looks different to property owners. It looks different to the retailers and the businesses that are looking to grow in this community and across Metro Atlanta. And so for a broker, it might be providing them adequate demographics, resources, giving them a list of active prospects that are expanding in Metro Atlanta. For a developer, it's trying to put together an adequate prospect list, and who those folks are from a retailer decision maker standpoint, to fit in their project, and does it fit with the community vision. And so we try to influence those, we try to make those connections, we try to provide those resources. And then as an extension of staff, we really rely on the community and the work that staff's doing from an economic development angle, as well as leadership, to understand where the community's going. You all are going through a comprehensive planning process right now. You've done a lot of work as it relates to catalytic commercial development sites. And so working with you all as an extension from that angle is extremely important to help us have these conversations and advocate on your behalf. As I mentioned, we're in year 2 of this process. So we've been together for a little bit, as ACM Davis said, since April of 2024. And primarily we're working with the economic development staff from the beginning of that. And we had the opportunity kind of the first quarter of this year, second quarter of this year, to really engage with leadership, and really hear from them and allow community input from that standpoint. So year 1 is really dedicated to discovery. Takes a long time to kind of build the relationships, not only with staff and community, but also the property owners that are in this market, whether they live here or whether they're, living somewhere else, and absentee property owners. And so building that trust is a lot of what we do in year 1. Who are we? What are we doing? How are we representing the city of South Fulton? How can we support their efforts? And then year 2 is digging into that. And that's really where we are right now. And so it's about increasing that depth, focusing the vision, making sure that plan is on course of action and aligned with kind of where the community's going. And I think that we've got a lot of really good irons in the fire as a result of our work in collaboration with staff. So real briefly, I don't want to spend too much time on the retail recruitment component as far as timeline goes. I think you all understand this as leadership in the community. You see development, rezonings, projects that are taking place every week. But from a retail perspective, a lot of these site selection decisions, if you're thinking about one business or a grocery store, on average, 18 to 36 months timeline, right? So when we start having those conversations, if they've never been introduced to the market before, or it's the first time they're seeing that property, that's the timeline we kind of have to operate under to keep them interested, to advance that deal, to advance that opportunities. And so, a grocery store can take longer, anywhere from 3 to 5 years, right? So we're doing a lot of work on planting seeds, trying to plow the field, so to speak, so that, everything that we're working on could be short-term, could be long-term. The idea is to really promote these opportunities consistently and persistently. One other thing that I would like to share as it relates to our process is that there's a lot of folks involved in this and a lot of people that we just don't have control over. We don't own the property. We aren't the retailer. And so our job is to really try to get in there with the real estate managers, get in there with the regional tenant reps, get in there with the developers and really try to influence the process as early as possible. So ideally, it's not when the developer has the project coming to the community and saying, this is what we'd like to do. Ideally, we want to get there when they haven't found their site yet and they're trying to figure out feasibility of the site. Who goes there? Is it highest best use for restaurant or grocery? How much retail could be supported there? And the other thing that I'll share on that too is that usually community and private sector timelines conflict. The community wants it now, but also the public sector can move kind of slow, right? And, the private sector, they kind of move slow and then they got to move fast. So we try to marry these things and be a buffer for that and facilitate where we can to make sure that the deals don't stall, that the right partners are at the table, that the right conversations can be had early on in the process so that it can be a successful project. So our plan that we provided, very extensive. Like I said, it's a living, breathing kind of document because it focuses on prospects. And the market analysis is ongoing as residential starts happen in this market, as new employers locate, as things that happen outside of the city of South Fulton influence the growth patterns and trends and opportunities here. Those will shape that. But in all, it identified about 60 prospects that we want to go after. And it was really focused on grocery and restaurants. Part of that was what the market analysis told us and validated that, but a lot of it was what we heard from the community, that we don't have adequate grocery, we don't have adequate food and beverage services from a diversity standpoint in the community. And so that's where we have spent most of our efforts. And the other thing on that too is that it aligns well with trends right now. So grocery and fast food and restaurants are the fastest growing part of our industry over the last couple of years. A lot of it has to do with the rebound from COVID, right? So that's where we're seeing the biggest growth. Neighborhood grocery centers is a big part of that. So this is a suburban community, is a growing community with a lot of residential starts, a lot of multifamily, a lot of rezones, a lot of proposed mixed use. Those things align well with the conversations that we're having in those different sectors. The other thing to take from this too is that the community has done a great job of planning over the last 7-8 years. You have tax allocation districts. You have clearly identified places that you want to grow commercially. And so that has helped us kind of refine our focus, our conversations with property owners, and our work with the community. The other thing too that we did out of this is look at the district level, right? So each district has its strengths and its challenges, but the good thing is that they're all growing and they all have very solid incomes. As a peer comparison, peer benchmarking is something that we do when we look at a community. what other communities exist across the country, across Georgia, that are comparable, and what retail do they have that you all do not have. So that's a big part of that as well. One of the biggest challenges that we see and is really just that you're a young city. There are a lot of cities around you that have been planning a lot longer, right? And so y'all are playing catch up, but you're doing a lot of things that are really influencing the conversations and the opportunities, which is a good thing. The Sizemore plan has been a pivotal part of our conversations and focus for the last few months. Once staff was able to kind of share that with us and really allow us to focus on specific sites and opportunities. The other challenge I'll mention is that some mixed-use sites, some large-scale developments, they just take time. They take a lot more, not more time than we would all like, particularly from our side when we're trying to generate and maintain interest from prospects. What you're seeing here on the right too is an example of marketing collateral, and I thought it'd be helpful to give some context to how we look at this. So, thinking about the plan in a big picture, and you want to focus on grocery, South Fulton's a very big market, right? And it's, I drove a lot of it today. We've been in the market, I think, twice to look at properties and sites since April, since I sat down with all of council to have these individual district discussions. And so there's a lot to take in, right? One challenge too is, competition from existing shopping centers and areas, right? And so, what we really try to do is identify what the true trade area is for different corridors. And I'll talk a little bit about how data is influencing that conversation for us and making it a little bit more precise and clear as we target sites and opportunities. But essentially, we like to talk about your market as 113 to 115,000 households as a community. And then if you're just looking at somewhere like Old National Highway, it's about 45,000 households that regularly pass through there and shop there. And just as an example, as we dial in, so we're obviously very focused on sites too. So we pair this data, this outreach, these prospects, how do we align that with our sites? And so this property, Tri-County Center on Old National Highway, kind of at the fringe of, and really could be a gateway property, has been identified in the Sizemore plan as one for redevelopment. There's sites around it too that are eager and bid opportunities for residential and mixed use. And so this property had a 32,000 square foot vacancy in it, and so that was a big focus for us when we heard we need more grocery. So we've been pushing this a lot on that front. New ownership acquired it in 2024, which we see is always an opportunity. Sometimes it goes good, sometimes it can go bad, but it's data and it's a new opportunity for us to have these conversations. And so we have to take into account, some of the things, but, co-tenancy with Family Dollar and some other national tenants, the performance of McDonald's, all these things influence who we can talk to, who may be restricted, and really, that paints the narrative for us, in addition to the demographics and what we know from the community, like the police headquarters that's going to go across the street. Major municipal investment, capital improvement plans that are taking place that can really change the narrative that other folks that may be looking at this, or retailers in Pacific, may not understand. Currently, this space is at lease, so we do not know who it is. We tried to work with the property owner and provided resources as it relates to how to better promote that property. We had a lot of interest and looks on it, but they are at lease, so that is a good news thing. You've got something that's going to be vacant that now is going to have a tenant in it at some point in 2026, for our understanding. And the next step for us is to really focus with this property owner on facade improvements. It's to focus on maybe lighting, restriping the parking lot. Maybe you could get an out parcel out front. I mean, there are retailers such as Small Sliders that are doing projects that are, 0.4 acres, 0.5 acres. And so this is an opportunity to really collaborate with them and staff to see what's feasible there. Real quickly on business attraction. So I'm going to do this in two ways. So one's on the community side, and kind of our outreach and representation with the community of South Fulton. In May, we were out in Vegas. The community was there with us, and we were able to collaborate and connect on a handful of things. We'll have a greater opportunity this fall at ICSC Southeast, which is in Atlanta. So that's coming up in mid-October, and the community will be attending that as well. We also have an additional show, Retail Live, that is in a couple weeks in Nashville, which is a great opportunity to get in front of additional retailers, but also continue conversations with ones that we're active with. I mentioned a little bit how the Sizemore plan is impacting some of our technical support for staff and analysis. So through this, we're kind of looking at the Cedar Grove District and District 4 from a grocery analysis standpoint, and we'll continue to do that to provide any recommendations and feedback. In addition, we're doing an Old National Highway Corridor assessment of a handful of sites, one of which is Old National Commons. And so, some of that falls in line with, okay, where's the community going? It's talking to property owners. Is there an opportunity to do more with these properties, to consider them as redevelopment opportunities, which the Old National Commons site has been identified as one of those? And then, could you bring a different buyer in there, a different developer that has a different vision, that wants to keep, there's a lot of office and local restaurants there. It's got a very strong trade area for the city of South Fulton, does very well, but it sits at 35% vacancy. So how could you potentially consolidate or redevelop and keep the synergy there from a retail standpoint, from a community standpoint, and maybe create something higher, better? So those recommendations are going to be coming and ongoing as well as we work with staff. And then economic development marketing collateral, we want to do more of that, and we also want to do more of that as it relates to specific properties and local developers, local brokers that might not have some of this information that we have. So specifically, as far as businesses, we're really focused on about 45, give or take, retailers, restaurants, and these cover a variety of sectors. Like I said, mostly grocery, mostly restaurant. We have 2 active conversations with grocers right now, and one of which we have an additional that could be an opportunity from a municipal grocery standpoint and a public-private partnership. So our goal is to facilitate some of those conversations in the next quarter or so, and I think ICSC Southeast in October is a great opportunity to do that. And then, like I said, a lot of it's focused on restaurant and lifestyle, right? And so Old National Highway, because it's an established corridor, it's got a lot of history, there's a lot of existing space, we have a lot of information to work with. That's been a place for us to go in and get a lot of things done from an outreach standpoint, but also interest. So there's an out parcel in front of Old National Marketplace that we've been working on for well over a year that is under contract, and we're going to continue to work that. That property has had also new ownership and a transition of brokerage just in the last few months. So for us, that's been a transition. So how do we be a resource for those folks? And so whether it's that property or other properties across the market, we're giving them data. Today we just gave a fresh void analysis to a broker that was seeking to backfill some of their spaces. They have about 4 spaces that are available. And so Old National is a highway a corridor, that is one that we're seeing a lot of interest. And we do have a fitness user in the area too that is also at lease negotiations. So we're hoping that we can potentially announce that here in the next month or 2. So all very exciting things from that standpoint. Sandtown Village is also another area that we're focused on and working with that brokerage as a mixed-use site that's still kind of working through some of their residential mix. And we're in lockstep kind of with the developer, with the community on what the vision is there, and have a lot of ideas and are brainstorming with their brokerage on a regular basis to try to get LOIs from restaurants, on that property. Real quick on the tech solutions, and then I'd love to open it up if there are any questions from leadership. So before we were kind of able to look at mobile data collection, we kind of have more of a Rolls-Royce kind of resource now at our fingertips and really at the community's fingertips now. So we inked a new contract with an organization called Calibrate out in Las Vegas at ICSC this year. And this organization works specifically with retailers, and it helps them build their models for site selection. So where are they going to go next? Which opportunity is more suitable? What are their competitors doing? And so this allows us to really look at every shopping center, every business, so long as there's at least a year to a year and a half worth of data to better understand where the consumers are coming from and to have a custom trade area for these specific places. And so what you're looking at here is Sandtown Village, what I would call a specific custom trade area for that shopping center. And so as, Sandtown Crossing, but as Sandtown Village is coming to fruition and they're having conversations about prospective restaurants and retail there, this is something that's already validated. We know how many cars pass by there every day, right? But where are the consumers coming from that are shopping at that Publix and the Chipotle and the Popeyes and Arden's Garden and all those other establishments there? And how well are those doing? And how can those brokers, how can those developers for Sandtown Village promote that narrative as they try to talk to a lot of prospects as well? So the other thing that I was going to say on this is that really this is an opportunity to look at emerging growth corridors. So these areas that, particular Cedar Grove area, there's a lot of household starts, there's a lot of things that are happening. How do you paint the picture for future growth with some of this data? And I think that's something that we're going to be collaborating with staff more on in the next couple months. So just in summary, we've got a couple conferences coming up where we're going to be there on your all's behalf, one of which we're going to be in partnership with your staff from the economic development side. And then we'll have another update. We do quarterly updates with calls with staff, as needed and in between. But that'll happen towards the end of October and November, which will be more of a, an update with a lot of the stuff I kind of mentioned today, but also, how did these conferences go? Where did the prospects' feedback land? What's the timeline as it relates to some of these projects? So we'll be sharing that with staff late October, early November. And then some things that we're focused on and talking about and brainstorming is how do we facilitate more developer introductions? How do we, as we talk to these folks and they're interested in the market, whether it's residential, mixed use, or retail, how do we bring them to the table with staff so they can build the relation and kind of empower staff to have that moving forward and guide that as needed. And then the other thing too that we're working on is potentially a franchise workshop in the market. So a lot of retailers are franchise right now, franchisees, specifically restaurants. So that's a great opportunity if there's not one that's existing for that retailer, which we get that almost daily from retailers where we reach out and say, hey, are you interested in this market? Here's a couple sites. Yeah, we'd love to be there, but we don't have a franchisee. And so whether it's in the retail space or in the business space or the home services space, that's something that we've done in the past for clients, and we would love to do that for this community because the interest has been expressed. And with that, I just want to thank the community for this partnership. I think that we've really been able to dig in these last couple quarters, particularly with the help of ACM Davis and the staff as far as setting up regular calls, really getting an input from the community on where you all are going. And it's an important time to do that because the comprehensive planning process is really going to shape a lot of where you all want to go, and we want to be a part of that in the most supportive way possible. So with that, thank you, and I'll take any questions that you might have.
The chair recognizes Councilwoman Willis.
Thank you. Thank you for your thorough presentation. I have a couple of questions. One of my questions is, have you identified anything that we're doing that could be barriers for ourselves? For example, we have a couple of ordinances that cost us, and I'm just going to be transparent because this is pretty much public information, but there are other developments that are in progress. We lost the Buc-ee's because of our gas station ordinance. And we have a couple of other developments. One is inclusive of a grocery store, and that is becoming problematic. One is, could be possibly another quick trip somewhere, but because of our gas station ordinance, a lot of these developments that will be quality developments that's coming in our area are being crippled. And so I guess, can you speak on that and give us some feedback on, have you found other things? I've talked to some retailers who said they wouldn't dare come to South Fulton because of our smoke ordinance. They want to have hookers in their establishments, and some of their establishments, because of our smoke ban, that we are because of our restrictions, that is preventing people from coming to our city. Have you run into that?
Yes, specifically, that's a great question. And ACM Davis and I were talking about this actually this week, from a way that we could potentially try to generate feedback from developers as well as prospects on that front. Is the community business friendly? Is there a way that we can be at the table? I think that the community is about to invest in kind of an internal look at this as to your permitting process, as to some zoning policies, things like that, which are probably part of the comp plan too. We want to be at the table for those conversations. That's something that we haven't been a part of yet, but are more than happy to provide our guidance, and as well as, from the retailer perspective, what's going to be a barrier for them, right? And the other thing that I would note to your question is, I think the biggest thing is, we've been spending a lot of time trying to develop the relationship with existing property owners and people that have control of the assets and are making the decisions that I think historically the community has not been at the table for, right? And so getting into that process as early as possible, trying to pull staff into those relationships, and also be kind of, economic development, in my opinion, as well as us in lockstep, should be the confidential resource for those property owners as they work through these things. And, that's a way to get in front of some of the end users you don't want, right, as it relates to a particular business, or, I think that the community, just due to its location, the existing industrial base, there's a whole lot of convenience, right? And so, we want to work with you all to kind of overcome that, but also be business friendly, if that makes sense. I hope that answers your question.
Yes, and that's what I'm hearing a lot of, is that people don't want to come here because put it like this, it's a challenge because we're not coming across as business friendly. The other thing that I'm asking you, I have asked Mrs. Davis and her team to give us some recommendations around the gas station ordinance, because 3 miles distance is a long way for you to have to drive to get to another gas station, especially if it's not one in the area. We do have some areas in South Fulton where we've experienced an oversaturation of gas stations. So I think our attempt to try to limit that and putting them near residents and near schools have had unintended consequences, because most of the people in this community would have loved to welcome a Buc-ee's. And some of the other developments that may not come if we don't get some type of recommendation. And if you could help us determine where to put restrictions where it won't have those unintended consequences, because those restrictions shouldn't be for the whole city, like maybe zones or something. I don't know, but something needs to be figured out, because we can't keep going down this path if residents are saying they want certain development here, but we're not able to get it because of our own restrictions. The other thing is, can you speak a little bit about, okay, so we hear residents say they want, for example, things like Whole Foods, things like Trader Joe's. They don't want, you just showed a map, and I saw Publix, Kroger. Like, they don't want the same type of grocery experience. So how can we attract some of the boutique-ish type grocery stores, like a Aldi's, like the Trader Joe's or Whole Foods, or some of the boutique-ish type grocery stores? Can you speak a little bit about what they're looking for? Because
Yeah.
some people think we could just turn on a switch light or go ask these people to come here and they'll come. They don't understand that people do market analysis and determine whether or not they're going to be financially viable.
Yeah, that's a great question. And I think the number one thing to understand about any retailer, and particularly grocers, is how healthy are they right now, and how much are they growing, and then how do you relate that to your region, and what do they look for? What are their drivers? And so the things that we focus on, obviously income, it's how much household demand there is in the grocery space, how much food expenditure dollars they have allocated to that. And then also to education levels for some of the specialty grocers. The Trader Joe's and the Whole Foods of the world are hard deals to come by. I mean, they just are. They're few and far between. They're not as big as some of the other well-known regional brands as far as number of stores and locations. I think that as a newer community, and I say this with 99.9% of the communities I work with anyway, because everybody wants that same end user. They want the specialty grocer. They want a Whole Foods. Is that we have to work towards it. And you all have very, very, very strong incomes and very, very good household projected growth as well as historic growth. And I think the most encouraging thing is that you're focused on mixed use development. You're creating placemaking opportunities. You're investing in the community from a capital improvement plans with parks. All of those things are going to resonate in the long run. And so what we try to do is plant seeds. We know the preferred developers for a lot of those end users. And then we focus on the grocers that we know are the next attainable ones in the market. And the three that we're talking to right now, that's what that is, in our opinion. And it's very district specific too, as far as their feedback on where they want to go. And so the other thing to note too that I'll just mention is like Kroger's not doing great right now. And so over where I live, they just shut down a Kroger. It became a Publix. Publix moved across the street. And so, these things are happening, and we try to bring some of that macro, whether it's national, state, or Metro Atlanta, to some of those conversations. We want to work with this community to try to get the strongest feedback we can as it relates to these folks. And I think the biggest thing we can do is just keep promoting and keep planting seeds as to how strong each of these corridors are and remain. Traffic counts are strong in most parts of the community. As I kind of mentioned, whether it's Sandtown Crossing or even Old National Commons pulls from a trade area that's bigger than 200,000. I mean, there are people that travel to those businesses and to those restaurants on a regular basis that span a lot of different municipalities in this part of Metro Atlanta. And so somebody's got to tell that story. And so we're trying to do it. We want you all to be able to do it with data. And if we can get it into the hands of the right boutique grocers at the right time, we will do that. A lot of times it's going to be developer driven first, and then we get the right fish on the hook. So there is a strategy there, and we want to continue to work on that incrementally with you all.
Okay, last question, and then I'll yield. Can you give an example? I want to be a little bit more specific. What are the specialty grocers or the boutique grocers? What are they looking for?
Yeah, I mean, it's just what I said. I mean, we focus on income, household numbers, expenditures, and education. Those four things. I would say those are the biggest things. And then each retailer, whether it's Whole Foods or Trader Joe's or Publix, is going to tell you that they need a certain amount of households, traffic count, within a specific radius or a drive time. I like to use drive time because it's makes more sense. And as much as retail is a science, it's also an art. You got to drive the market. You got to understand people's patterns, where they're coming for work, where they're, all of those things. Why would they stop there for coffee? All of those things is trying to understand who these potential consumers could be. And so those four are the biggest demographic things I focus on. And then you got to put it contextually in the market, whether it's site specific or corridor specific, on that 3, 5, 10 drive time or 3, 5, 10 mile radius type situation. So most people will drive 7 to 12 minutes for grocery. That's kind of the standard, I think that there are parts of this community, particularly District 4, you got to drive a lot longer, right? And you got to get on a parkway, and you got to go somewhere that could take 20 to 25 minutes, right? So those are the kind of things. analysis-wise that we're trying to talk to with developers specifically, and at least 2 grocers and then 1 municipal grocer.
Thank you, I yield.
The chair recognizes Councilwoman Gomes.
Thank you. And your presentation was very thorough, so I appreciate the update. I do have a couple of questions. So I know you mentioned about marketing collateral and pushing the city of South Fulton. What actually have you been using to help promote the city?
Yeah.
Do you have stuff now, or because I don't think I've seen anything.
Yeah, that's a great question. So we do a general marketing aerial, which is a big, large flyer that, you know, is great to take to conferences, right? We're sitting down for meetings and talking about different sites specifically or different areas of the city, and it has the city limits on it. It has all the surrounding, power centers and grocery centers. Because, got to have that context. So we have that, which also, has your peers. So when we sit down and talk to developers, these are the 6 to 7, sometimes 8, and we're about to redo that again too, because we're kind of in that process with this new data to be able to do that. And it has your leakage numbers. It has the focus sectors, and general economic development things. So there's the general, right? And then we have one for Old National Highway, which is kind of its own. And then we've done property flyers for all of the catalytic sites that Sizemore focused on. So I think there were 4 specifically. And a lot of the properties, with the exception of Tri-County, most of the properties we're working with have pretty good marketing collateral from the developer and or broker that represents them. And so we always ask them if they want to use our materials or if we can, provide them the data that they can then put into their marketing flyers. And so we've done that with a couple of the Old National Highway, properties. So I'm thinking of the Goodwill Center, Hale properties right there. So they've got our numbers. We share our numbers as well as specific corridor, what we call a void analysis. So who's not here within a specific radius that should be here, and we share those with those end users as well to make sure that we're aligned on outreach together. So are we talking to the same people? And so I do think there's a lot more opportunity to show the housing narrative from a marketing standpoint, and then also capital improvement projects, of which, I think that you all have a good grasp of where those things are, but if you're a developer that's thinking, I need to be here or I want to build something there, do they understand where those things are in relation to their site, right? So those are 2 things that I think we could continue to work on.
Okay, I'm looking forward to that. And when you spoke about community outreach, and I think when I looked in your plan, you said usually it takes about 3 years. And as you know, trends change, things change. How often are you engaging the community for input to kind of help, with some of the planning?
Yeah, that's a great question. So year 1 is really a lot where we do the community input, whether it's community RFI and things like that. And then I think ongoing input and existing initiatives from the community, we really rely on staff to share that with us. And a vast, 75-80% of what we're doing is making phone calls to the private sector, right? And so whether it's a local property owner or someone who doesn't live here that's interested in doing something here, that's where we spend a lot of our time. So we need to earmark more time for community input, and I think the franchisee workshop is an opportunity for that, but more engagement with leadership, more opportunities to get input from specific districts. So I think we're open to I'm out of town, but I was asked to do a town hall in another community for a specific district. And we're definitely open to doing that kind of stuff to try to educate and hear from the community. What are their challenges? And part of this is really, I had a little note on motivations. You got to understand from a developer standpoint, they're just looking for the next deal. Brokers, transactional, So, who's really invested in that community, right? And so we want to be an advocate from that angle as we're having these conversations with these people that are taking a look, right? And hopefully it's not just a look and then we're moving on to the next community, right? We want to get them involved in a bigger way. So
Yeah.
community town halls and things of that nature would be beneficial.
And that's what I was trying to get at. So you probably have done those type of outreach activities in other municipalities, right?
We have, yeah.
Okay.
A lot of it's been with like specific stakeholder groups, but we can customize and put together surveys and help the community do more retail specific outreach, and staff do. I mean, that's another option as well, because I think we can ask the questions that are going to help us get the right answers that help with our narrative as we promote the community.
All right, gotcha. And I don't know if this is necessarily procedural wise, but what is your relationship like with our development authority? I don't know, do you normally work with them? I know you all
Yeah.
are going to the same conference, but how do you work with our development authority?
Yeah, so, I mean, I see us as an extension of the Development Authority because you take a tax allocation district or a project that needs incentives. I had 2 projects today, 2 calls that were, all the developer and the broker wanted to ask for was incentives. What can the city do to help get my project to the finish line? And so having that relationship with the Development Authority, understanding the politics of it, the capacity, their motivations, their interests, like that's critically important. And we want to maintain and build the relationship.
Okay, have you been able to build the relationship?
Yeah, I mean, with the staff points of contact for Development Authority, yes, absolutely.
Okay.
But as far as the Development Authority itself, like, no, we haven't engaged the board specifically, so.
Okay. ACM Davis, I don't know if there are some opportunities there, but I think that may be possible. And my last question, you have mentioned fast foods. Oh, I'm sorry. My last question, I know in your presentation you mentioned about fast foods. Now, that's not high up on the residents list here in the city of South Fulton. I wanted to ask you, we're more interested in, some nice restaurants, white tablecloth restaurants, those type of things. What has it been like, or the response to try to get those type of opportunities, and how do you quantify them for them to want to come to the city of South Fulton?
Yeah, so obviously there's the market analysis side that shows that there's a huge gap and demand for full service restaurants. So that's one angle. So our restaurant prospect list right now is probably, I would say, there's 20-ish prospects that we feel like we're getting really good feedback and interest, and we know they're in growth mode. I would say probably 65% of them are QSR, quick service retail or restaurant and or coffee, and then the rest are full service restaurants that we're trying to engage with and get interest. And we know they're expanding in Metro Atlanta. One in particular that I can't name is trying to do anywhere from 10 to 15 in the state of Georgia. Metro Atlanta's a focus. It's going to be more suburban in Metro Atlanta, so like they're looking for those fringe. They want new development. They want households. So we're trying to place those with the right project, right? And so there are certain sites that have a lot of interest from QSR just based off what's already there. And so like kind of falls like kind. So that's our biggest challenge in that respect. So there are going to be some locations probably that we're a part of and pushed as a result of that. But that's generally because it hasn't been a great feedback site from a full service restaurant. And so, if you think about a new grocery store, a new development like Sandtown, like those are kind of really where we're kind of having to push a lot of those full service conversations, because that's where they're interested. They're interested in mixed use. They're interested in redevelopment opportunities, and really where those new households that are coming in, and what that dollar is, right? And so that's a big promotion from that angle for us in the full service conversation. But one more thing I will tell you, the full service is very hard right now. I mean,
Okay.
I think we're seeing a resurgence of new brands, which is really good. But like our brands that we're familiar with on the national side are just not doing great, other than Chili's. And I mean,
Chili's?
yeah, Chili's is having a really good year,
Okay.
believe it or not. But yeah, so there's not a whole lot in that space, and I think a lot of it is just because of it's expensive to build those. I mean, a 4,500, 5,000 square foot restaurant, the cost of construction, the land, you have to employ more people. And they, they don't the margins aren't as great as you might think they might be, right? So it's just a numbers thing from an economic standpoint, kind of where we are in the economy with that. But
well, I definitely think this has been an education process, even just from what you just shared, because what I was thinking is that, and I don't know, based off of what you said, is that because we have a lot of fast food restaurants, that it may be necessarily easier, and that quick service, what is it called? Quick service restaurants are not really that interested to come here because there's already that saturation of fast food. Is that what I
think it's, they look at how well they're performing, and not all of them are performing well. Okay, that's another thing to note that we've been able to kind of uncover. And, some things that you think, like, well, we don't need another one of those. Well, I mean, we actually have numbers down that say, well, yeah, we shouldn't get another one because that one's not doing well. But then we got to figure out why it's not doing well. Is it a management thing? Is it an operations thing? Is it what is it? But, just one little thing that I think would be interesting to note is that, like, Smoothie King, Old National Highway, which is currently closed for renovation right now, it's like one of the best performing Smoothie Kings. Like, so it does very well. So any sort of enhancement to that property or that business is going to be great moving forward, and hopefully that has a ripple effect, a domino effect. And so we're going to be looking for those little nuggets to kind of share with the leasing agents for some of those properties, to be like, not a great performer, but this one's doing really well, and that's just an incremental strategy to try to get the better thing, move to the next best thing. And so unfortunately, that's kind of how retail works. It's kind of a ladder from that standpoint. Is what do you have, and then what's the next attainable thing based off that. So.
Okay. Thank you so much for your answers.
The chairman recognizes Dr. Rao.
Thank you.
No, I'm sorry, Councilman Sebastian.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you for your presentation. Always been a big fan of retail strategies. And so I'm glad that you guys are here working with us. A couple of questions from me. There are a lot of business owners that live out my way who run other restaurants in other cities. And they talk about wanting the opportunities to invest in their city or the opportunity. And so I'm wondering, do we have an arm or tool where we can engage with folks like that?
As far as
For them
folks
to come to the table to let us know what they're interested in. Because it's okay to talk to these national or regional brands or whatever. But one of the things that even at City Grove Village Center, the developer has said, is that they would not mind having more local restaurants in that space. So what is the tool that we have that we can reach out to local to let them know that there are opportunities here that you guys can talk to them about and point them in the right direction with staff and so on?
I think that doing a district-specific conversation with the business community, like if you get those folks that have that interest to invest and or have an operating business and want to take the next step to something else, I think we can provide a lot of resources. I have some ideas on specific brokers that work with property owners too, that can help really generate that kind of local regional feel versus the national. And so I think that's a big strategy, is who's leasing your space. Like, I mean, we're promoting opportunities and vacancies and dirt. But is there somebody else that could be a resource for those property owners as well as the businesses too? I think that's another strategy. But we've got a lot of, I think we have a lot of resources that we can connect those business owners with to try to make some investment decisions or identify opportunities, if that makes sense. So,
I believe there might be an opportunity this fall. I believe ACM Davis is working on a business networking thing for the area.
Yeah,
I think she's doing one for District 2.
I think that there's a good opportunity there to do that.
Right. I know we talk a lot about places like Kroger's, as Councilwoman Gums was saying, and we even mentioned Lidl and Aldi's and some of these other stores. But there's some stores that are like green markets where you buy a lot of fresh vegetables and even seafood and meat. They're not necessary. Some have full groceries, but they're a little different than the typical ones.
Yeah.
Do you have any insight or connection into that space, and is that something that we should be looking at as well?
I think absolutely you should be doing it. And yes, we've got a couple connections that we are trying to bring to the table for staff to have a conversation on that. There's one individual in particular, I'm not going to say who it is, but I think if we make the introduction, it would be a really good conversation starter for the community.
I know one of those markets is in South Lake Mall, South Lake area.
Yeah.
And I go there and I see my neighbors. And that's not 7 minutes away.
Yeah.
So the other thing is you mentioned about the municipal market, right? I know City of Atlanta just launched a municipal market.
Yeah.
And I really love that idea.
Yeah, it's a great idea.
So it's like us helping ourselves sort of fill in some holes.
Yeah.
So I would love to really learn more about what our plans are for that sort of stuff. Not saying District 4, I would just love to learn more about it.
Yeah,
Okay?
I think that's a great opportunity, what they're
Right.
doing at Invest Atlanta. They've been working on it for a very long time, and they've done a great job putting it together. We talked with their team a lot over the last couple of years, trying to figure out where they were going with all that. And all I'll say is that partnership that they have created is going to be a really great opportunity for a lot of communities, I think. And I hope it's successful with the 2 stores that they have piloted. So I think it's a really creative space and opportunity that a lot of people have tried to do what they're doing and having been able to get it done. And so I think that's going to be a great opportunity for the Metro Atlanta region as a whole, if not the country. So.
And my last question is very specific to the City Grove Village Center. I don't know if you guys have had any conversations with the developer. I know we had some sort of challenges, but we're basically over those. But I know one of the things that they want to do is that they want the community's help in figuring out what to bring, some of the things to bring there specifically. So they're looking for the community to give them feedback, and I think something that you as well as staff could help to facilitate.
Okay, we would love to.
If you are not talking directly yet,
we are.
I would suggest you are.
Yeah, we have. We've had conversations with them. In particular, it was more focused around, who can we bring to you right now to get interest and to start conversations, and a lot of it was around the grocery space. Surprise, but and so we're going to keep that dialogue open. But if there's an opportunity to bring everybody to the table with us there and the community, I have some ideas there that could help that.
Okay. I know the grocer that had approached them, the site was not big enough for the grocer.
Yeah.
For that particular site.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
The chair recognizes Dr. Rao.
Hello, thank you for your presentation. One of the things that I've noticed, based on the work we've been doing in Sandtown and in the area, that there are also certain types of businesses that attract retail. And you also have others that detract from retail. Can you speak a little bit about that?
Yeah.
You didn't really get into your presentation, but I just want to make sure we're being thoughtful about what we bring to our areas, because while we may be welcome, we may be in the long term preventing some other things from coming to the area. Can you speak to that at all?
Yeah, that's a great point. We could probably talk for a long time on it too. I think everybody sees this as a consumer. Like when you drive around your community or other people's communities, there are certain end uses that can signal the, kind of the decline of a shopping center or an area. And when there's a lot of them, that really kind of exacerbates the issue, right? So I think, there's two ways to look at that, right? You want to be business friendly, but you want to have some solid policy as it relates to plan review and working with those developers and the people that, I think it really comes down to your relationships with the people that have those assets and have had them for a long time, and who's doing their leasing, so somebody has made a choice to say, yeah, we'll go with that. It's mailbox money, as we call it. It's money in the door. I've owned this center for a long time, and it's been vacant. I'll take whatever comes my way. And we see that a lot in our industry. And so maintaining and building the relationship with those challenging property owners is probably the most effective thing a community can do.
I guess on the other side, because I often say in our city, we don't have as much to undo as to do. So for example, my area, I don't really have vacancies in commercial space. There are no vacancies, whether I'm looking at Cascade or Sandtown Crossing. What we don't have is enough commercial space for businesses to go into.
Right.
And so, I know when you get a Publix, it's certain people who want to be by Publix because of what they attract, right? That's what I was speaking more to. And do you also work with developers of commercial space? Because I really think that's where our focus should be, to make sure we put more development. I mean, you can lease it with a lot of things, but we actually have to create the commercial space. That's what we're very much lacking in the city.
Yeah, I think one of the
outside of, some of the more mature commercial corridors, we just don't have a lot of commercial space.
I would say that Old National almost has too much commercial right now, right? So it's, how do you kind of get the right balance with the trade area? But yes, I think one thing that we haven't done enough of with working with you all is identifying what those smaller commercial shop spaces could be and who the developers are that are looking for those opportunities. What specific, site specific, right? What would work and how do you make that happen? I think there's a lot of demand up there for that. And I think that Publix is unique because there actually are a lot of brands that are local and also some that don't really follow grocery store in there. So like Arden's got a drive-through. Like I don't really know any other Arden's garden that has a drive-through, which is kind of cool. But so I think, to answer your question, there's an exercise that needs to be done about identifying more commercial space, small space, not something that's going to take the heavy lift like a Sandtown Village or, a large 150,000 square foot shopping center, right?
I think there's a huge opportunity for that, that neighborhood commercial feel, nice, upscale, you get in, may not have a lot, but it meets the needs of that kind of trade area, if you will. And I think for us, this is a huge opportunity that we may be missing. Like you said, the small retail doesn't have to have everything, but it has enough of the basic things that people need to get to, whether it's banking, dry cleaning, So anyway, I'd love to hear more about that as we continue to kind of work with retail strategies.
Okay.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
All right, before we go to second round, Mayor Pro Tem Pritchett, you were having trouble getting in the queue? Oh, okay. All right. I have a couple of quick questions. The leakage analysis, could you say a little bit more about what exactly it measures?
Yeah, absolutely. That's a good question. So essentially, when we look at these areas, whether you're doing a 10-minute drive time, if it's the city limits, a boundary, or those custom trade areas that we've defined based off mobile travel in the market, we can get a snapshot of what the sales are in the market versus the household demand. And so that's a tool for us to see where the market's not being met from a household demand standpoint. So where, groceries always an easy thing for people to understand. It's like if you spend X on grocery, yet there's only 30 million in sales, yet there's 100 million in household demand, you've got a $70 million gap. So and then we can translate that to supportable square footage. So how many grocery stores could we get out of that?
I guess more specifically, my question is, we know anecdotally that our people are traveling great distances, for things. is there a way to track where they are going or how far they are going? And does the leakage analysis do that?
Yeah, so now we can. With kind of this new tool, there's a better way to really, really look at that. So we have this tool called Cross Shop. So we can look at any other Publix or Kroger or Aldi or Walmart outside of the city of South Fulton and see how many people from different areas of South Fulton are traveling there on a regular basis, what percentage, and then what other, if you shop at Publix, how many other brands do you shop at? What percentage of those folks are there that are doing that? So yeah, we're able to see kind of that relationship now, which is unique.
I ask that because I'm going to choose my words carefully. A few years ago, we had a meeting with a store that was in jeopardy of closing. Right? Yeah. We every couple of years we hear this store is going to close, this store is going to close. But what I know anecdotally as the council person for that district at the time is that everyone was going to that same store in another city. Yeah. Because the store in our city was not well kept. And I asked this retailer, can you look at your credit card swipes to see how many people in this other zip code are swiping cards that are actually from 30349. Yeah. So they like your store, they just don't like the store that you have in our city. And I think that we find very often in cities like ours on the south side of metropolitan areas, the quality of service, the availability of products that are on sale, the look of the store does not match and so it isn't an instance that we don't have the demand, because as you said, with Smoothie King, Chick-fil-A, we can name all of the places. Every time we get a new store, it becomes the top performing store in the metro area. So we have the money, we have the demand. We just, don't want to shop at second class stores. And I think that being able to see where our citizens are going and compare their distance and their shopping experiences to those of our neighbors would be powerful for our own citizens, even if not for some sort of greater economic analysis.
Yeah, no, I think there are multiple applications of what you're talking about, and I think that we could probably pull some quick information to help tell a story there for leadership and staff to be able to have conversation with the community about that. I mean, I think I know which story you're talking about, but I just encourage folks that, some of this stuff is based off visits. People are making decisions from a desktop these days, and then if they drive the market and the numbers don't support it, and then they don't visually see it, then they're not coming, right? And so we're all working together to try to change that. And so, shop local, right? Try to shop local, try to support, and we're there as an extension to try to help retain too. Retention's a part of what we do. I know the attraction side kind of gets the most most attention, but we do want to focus on retention efforts too. So.
Absolutely. And then lastly, this is just a comment, I guess, to Assistant City Manager Davis or City Manager Sudan. It's been, and we talked about it at previous meetings, we used to have these one sheets that talked about, our demographics, our median home value, our the amount of home ownership. And we haven't had one of those produced. We have? Where is it? Is it on our city's website somewhere? Okay, I haven't seen it. Please, yes, I would love to see it. Thank you so much. With that, going back to Councilwoman Willis, this is your second time. Wait, I'm sorry, Mayor Pro Tem Pritchard, you're in the queue now? All right, Mayor Pro Tem Pritchard, you haven't spoken yet. Go ahead.
Thank you for acknowledging me. Thank you for your presentation. I'm not sure if you're aware that in our city, we have about 10 or 11 zip codes. In my district, I have 4 zip codes. And the problem with it, in terms of marketing or branding, is like, I'll use an example. I have 3 hotels in my district that they identify themselves as Fairburn, but they are not in Fairburn.
Yeah.
So with that type of confusion, I think that how will you all help us in representing us to, businesses that want to come in, or even the existing businesses that we have, that they need to change that?
Yeah,
Because
that's a
the
great
zip codes
question.
are what they are, but South Fulton can go to all those zip codes and it can. Yeah. But, yeah, it can. I've spoken to the post office about that. I mean, the address is the address. It's just the name, the city name to the zip code. The zip code number is still the same. But how would you help us in dealing with that issue? Because I think that branding and identity is a big issue for our city, in order for people to really know when they talk about, oh, I'm looking at a store over there, they really need to know that they're coming to South Fulton,
Right.
not somewhere else.
Right. From our angle, I mean, we're so site specific, and I mean, the end user's looking at real estate. So I get kind of dazed eyes looking at your all city limits sometimes, but we're obviously keeping that top of mind. I mean, we did have a conversation with somebody. It was, that's Union City. It's like, oh, no, you got to come over here. Like, so I mean, that's top of mind. How that gets marketed. I mean, we're focused on real estate that's in your all city limits. So that's how we're really marketing it from that standpoint. And knowing that consumers don't think about zip codes and the limits necessarily, like that's really where we have to focus. Obviously, I think having more gateway signage, I don't know if that's one thing I think, like my colleagues from Birmingham, when they come over, they're like, wait, are we in the city? Are we, they don't know where they are. I know it a little bit better just because I live in Metro Atlanta, and I've worked, in some of the surrounding municipalities. But like, I think gateway signage and knowing business, that would help businesses too, and people that were kind of looking at the opportunities, if that makes sense. But outside of that, I'm not sure what else we could do to really help change that.
And so, thank you for your answer. But also, when you have leakage reports and that analysis, those reports may be off, because of a leakage report for 30349, which is South Fulton, College Park, and Atlanta, it'll make you think that people are spending their money somewhere else when they're really spending their money with us.
Well, the good thing about the mobile data collection is that we can kind of take the zip codes out of it, right? And so we're really looking at households at a block group level. And I mean, zip codes are a part of that, right? But so we'll be cognizant of that. But I think you raise a good point, kind of looking at like at the district level, at the zip code level, kind of where these folks are going, and where they could be captured, where those household dollars could be captured. We haven't really done that quite specific of analysis yet.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Now back to you. I'm sorry, Councilwoman Willis.
Thank you. So this is a huge city, and we do need to do education, even around what Mayor Pro Tem just stated. I noticed, because I kind of delved in this a little bit in my earlier career, where they're not really looking at zip code, they're looking at stuff regionally, and they're looking specific at sites. But I guess, what residents are calling for is these brick and mortar, white tablecloth, traditional restaurants. You just made a very valid point. COVID changed a lot. And just like malls are obsolete now, and people are looking for a more mixed use opportunity, so are the restaurants, and that's what retail is following. I think people don't understand that we really don't have to recruit retail. Sometimes it comes on its own. Well, most of the time it comes on its own based on, like you said, the market analysis. For example, I didn't really have to go and recruit some of the things that recently came to our district. I encouraged it, but I didn't have to recruit it. Like Chick-fil-A, I didn't have to really go out and make a hard sell for them to come. I didn't have to go out and make a hard sell for Fifth Third Bank, to come, or Pandora Express. Like, this is stuff that the market analysis drove them to this area to do. And so I guess I would ask that you work with Ms. Davis, because we kind of need to have these meetings and educate the community, and not necessarily do any more surveys, because our residents feel like they haven't surveyed to death. We did surveys for the economic development plan. We kind of did surveys when we did the Red Oak analysis. And so what I see that is really needed is we need education so people can understand, why we're not getting the brick and mortar white table traditional restaurants, because they're really obsolete and they're expensive, and people are not, they're following mixed use development, so that they can also understand saying no to everything and saying no to apartments, saying no to mixed use development really doesn't help us. It doesn't help us get the desirable development and eating choices that they want, because we get a lot of pushback from residents as it relates to development. People saying they don't want apartments, they don't want condos, they don't want mixed use development. And as we travel throughout the nation with the National League of Cities and also with other organizations, and we see that, well, I see that mixed use development is really what's driving a lot of the retail and calling for a lot of retail. Being here at a conference in Savannah, I see it. I would have never thought that people would get away from so much traditional development, but it's the hotels and it's the mixed use that's driving a lot of the retail, and not even the traditional retail. A lot of the how can I say, the boutique retails, not the traditional retail chains. And so I think we kind of need to, I would ask that you get with our city manager, assistant city manager, since she's driving this, and figure out how we can do maybe two town halls, maybe one on one side and one on the other side, because we really need to educate our residents on our strategy around economic development, and also our strategy around, we just can't tell them everything. Government is open, but they need to understand it takes away our leveraging power if we talk about everything that is in the queue, and some things, and the truth be told, economic development, some aspects of it is secretive until we can get to the point where we can talk about it. People don't understand that, and people don't understand, why we're not getting the things that we want. People don't understand how COVID has changed things, and building costs has changed things. And at the end of the day, it comes down to the bottom line. People are going to bring their business where they can make money, because that's the ultimate goal. And they want to be where they're wanted. They're not going to come in a place where people are constantly saying, we don't want this and we don't want that. So that's what I asked. You shared a lot of valuable information. Thank you so much. And I'm looking forward to continuing this relationship, especially since we don't have an economic development director. You're kind of filling in that gap. But we do need at least two town halls on each side of our city, so that we can educate residents on this process, what we're doing, and the new trends in economic development, and why we're not getting these traditional brick and mortar white table restaurants. Thank you.
All right, sir, thank you so much.
Thank you all. Appreciate it.
All right, I'm going to entertain a motion to adjourn this meeting. It's been properly moved and seconded. Let's take this vote by show of hands.
Court, that motion approved 6-0. We are adjourned at 5:19 p.m.
Thank you. I'm going to go ahead and call
Approve to adjourn.
I'm going to go ahead and call to order our 5 o'clock zoning and alcohol license hearing meeting. As the clerk calls the roll, please make sure that you flip over to the 5 o'clock meeting. This is a legal proceeding, and so we do want to try and keep the queue and the votes and everything for these meetings. And Civic Clerk, Mr. Clerk.
Yes, sir. This is the roll call for the alcohol license zoning public hearing for September 17, 2025. The Honorable Catherine F. Ryle, District 1.
Present.
The Honorable Carmelita Gums, District 2.
Present.
The Honorable Helen Z. Willis, District 3.
Present virtually.
The Honorable J.C. Sebastian, District 4.
Here.
The Honorable Keosha B. Bell, District 5. The Honorable Natasha Williams Brown, District 6. And the Honorable Linda B. Pritchett, District 7.
Present. All right, please sound the first item.
First item on tonight's agenda, under Roman numeral 3, alcohol license rezonings, variance, and modification cases for presentation and public hearing only. Letter A is case Z25-001 and U25-002. This is a public hearing, an application by Randy Pemsler requesting a rezoning from MIX to C2 zoning with a special use permit to allow for a self-storage multi-facility and retail on the site at 0 Riverside Drive. This property is located in the Fulton Industrial Business Overlay District in Council District 1. Staff recommendation is approval conditional for both cases. Planning Commission recommendations, approval conditional for both cases.
Go ahead, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Reggie McClendon, Managing Director of the Community Development and Regulatory Affairs Department, where we are business friendly. Is the applicant for this case here? I don't believe there are. There was some communication that went back and forth earlier today about a request for a deferral on this matter, so I will defer to the district council member.
How many times have we deferred this case?
This case Z25-001. So this is literally the first case that we gave a number to this year, which would probably have been, so that means we probably had this case since November or December of 2024. I don't know how many times we've deferred it. I think somewhere in the realm of 3 or 4 times though.
Since we're trying to, so when would be the next meeting? This, let me go on record and say this would absolutely be the last deferral on this case. I know residents have come out on a couple occasions to speak to this case, and, you know, we have other matters to deal with in the city, so, but I'll go ahead. What would be the date? The date, October 14th.
That's October the 14th is the next mayor council, and I believe October 28th is the one after that. We might have more space on October 28th for cases.
Okay, well, I'll go with October 28th, but under no circumstances will we be going beyond that. Thank you. I move to, I guess, to defer hearing this case to October 28th.
Second.
It's been properly moved and seconded. Let's take this vote in the queue.
Tom? You in? Okay.
Have you casted the vote yet? Because Brian keeps saying no vote to cast. Let me check again.
Did you wish to vote yes for the deferral? Councilman, thank you. Would you like to vote yes? Okay.
If someone from IT could just come up to the podium, the dais, we have a few people that are having technical difficulties. Oh, there you are. You're in.
The vote to defer to October 28th was approved 5-0.
All right, please sound the next item.
That brings us to letter B, case Z25-028 and CDP 25-010. It's a public hearing. Application by John W. Jordan, care of Lee and Ree Ocean, requesting a rezoning from R3 to AG1 to develop a community produce farm on 3.41 acres at 1880, 1860 Dove Drive, 4943 and 0 Zone Avenue. They're also requesting a future land use designation amendment from suburban neighborhood 1 to agriculture neighborhood, and this is located in City Council District 1. Staff recommendation is denial of both cases. Planning Commission recommendation is approval with conditions. Staff?
Thank you. As mentioned by Mr. Clerk, the staff's recommendation is denial. The Planning Commission recommendation is approval with conditions, and I believe that condition being that the applicant would have to consolidate their lots in order to meet the AG1 zoning restrictions, which require at least 1 acre for a lot to be zoned agricultural. Thank you. I'll take my seat.
All right, I'm going to go ahead and open the public hearing. Mr. Clerk, are there any speakers
Yes.
for or against?
Yes, sir, Mr. Mayor. We have the applicant plus 5 additional speakers in support, no speakers in opposition.
All right, you can go ahead and approach the podium. You will have 10 minutes in total to make your case. Please start by stating your name and address. You may want to reserve some of the balance of your time for speakers behind you, as well as for response after you hear any speakers in opposition. Your time starts now.
Well, Mr. Mayor, before the time starts, I wanted to ask for a clarification, 2 clarifications. We got 2 cases, so my understanding under the rules is it's 20 minutes, 10 per case. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Second thing is, clerk was in here during the 4 o'clock. I need to file some things as a part of the record before the time starts. That okay?
Mr. Clerk, go ahead.
I need to file some things in on it.
Go ahead.
All right, give me just a minute.
Point of information, Mr. Mayor.
Yes.
I did want to note that it is 1 case, it's 1 application. Although there's different aspects to the same application, it is 1 case.
So it would just be 10 minutes for the 1 case?
Correct. So it has a separate components, 2 components of the same case. There's 1 application, so it's deemed as 1 case.
And lastly, before I start, where's the time run from? Okay. Mr. Mayor and Council, Greg Hecht for and Lee Ocean, appreciate so much your public service. I so appreciate the courage it takes to do this work. Let me say first, I'm so honored to be able to represent the Oceans. They have a beautiful site. You will see some of the photos that we have given you that show some substantial expenditures they've made on this beautiful residential farm concept that the Planning Commission voted 7-0 to approve with conditions. Second thing, you will have neighbors here to testify how they're in favor of it and how this property was farming and agricultural before they ever owned it, and then bought it from farmers and have nearby farmers as well. You will note that the comprehensive plan says that they want the district to preserve the agricultural areas within the city. You will note that the comprehensive plan talks about the lack of food stores, and this is a great farm-to-table living and community engagement type operation. It has beautiful peach trees as well as other types of agriculture that I'm going to let Lee talk about. It's consistent with the comprehensive plan's goal of community engagement in preserving agricultural, natural, and rural areas in this area. It is consistent with the comprehensive plan's purpose that says residents should have easy access to services and fresh food, which is essential to create an equitable community. It is consistent with the farmers markets in the area, and it has almost no impact because, Mayor and Council, this is a downzoning. It means it has much less impact than what could have gone there. Something important to note too, you have in your packet and presented, the city has actually twice asked for the residents here, who are the applicants, to pay for an occupational tax certificate, and has twice given them an occupational tax certificate to do exactly what they're doing now. In reliance on that, they have spent hundreds of thousands of dollars, including pictures of what you see in your packet, including you have the actual Amex. Just for 2024, for example, you have $65,000 of expenditures towards this residential farming operation. You have $8,000 worth of water tank and other technical throw pump utilizations and PVC pipe, et cetera, related to it. You have other expenditures which it has been made towards a residential rural farming operation in reliance on what the city gave, which is an occupational tax certificate in several ways. You have a constitutional notice in front of you, which of course, everybody just loves lawyers, don't they? But what you have, it's important here, and why it's a little bit different. Rarely do you have a municipal government that gives you a business license for which over 6 figures has been spent by a good family that are residents of your community to build a farm-to-table type engagement project, and then are told later, oh, by the way, we're taking this away, which is exactly what the city will be doing. We were told, actually also by the city, that, hey, we'll give you a business license, again, but we will require you to withdraw your zoning application. That is a constitutional taking. We want you to avoid a constitutional taking. We also believe there are rights with regard to due process, property rights, equal protection rights, all that have been examined within this constitutional rights notice. With that, the lawyer should be sitting down and the better resident should be talking. And so Lee Ocean's going to talk and certain neighbors are going to talk, and I'm going to reserve about a minute. Go ahead, Lee.
I'm glad to be here finally. It's been a long journey. My family has a passion for growing food. A little bit about me, I'm a homeschool dad. I teach my children how to farm. My son just graduated from high school. He wants to farm. The type of farming we do is permaculture. And as was stated, we went through the process of developing this farm with the full intent of providing our community with naturally grown food without any pesticides or any harsh chemicals. and also as a way of educating people around us with growing methods that can be done within our community. As was stated, I was approached by the city after we went through the process of going through the planning commission. I was approached by someone in the city to withdraw my application. And so that was a little bit concerning to me after all the effort to go through the process and reach the planning commission. That was one of my large concerns. I want to pause here and give my neighbors a chance to speak on what they think about our operation since we moved in the city 2019.
Hello, Commissioner. How you doing this evening? My name is DeMarcus Cummings, and I reside at 1845 Dove Drive. I'm Mr. Lee Ocean's most immediate neighbor, and I would just like to say that I'm very much in favor of you all granting him his rezoning for AGL1, because I feel like that his farm, the last time we was at a commission meeting, they were saying how people was coming up trying to get rezoned for liquor store, convenience store. Like in the black community, it was just a process of all of these liquor stores and all of these convenience stores. So my neighbor is actually trying to introduce farming. So you can have, instead of liquor store, you can have liquor store, farm, and then maybe a convenience store. So I'm gonna keep it brief and just say I am for him getting this rezoning. Thank you.
Can we hold while the speakers are not speaking?
Good evening, all. My name's Sandra Standridge. I am a neighbor of Lee also. We are for this farm that he's doing. I've lived there. I was born and raised in that little small neighborhood my entire life. It was agricultural back when I was a child because every neighbor I had farms. Some say it's not, it wasn't, but that's my take on it. We do ask that you will give him consideration for doing this because it's not all about build. We have to think about our eating and our infrastructure and all that. So we ask you to please give him that consideration. Thank you.
Can we hold a minute?
My name is Gilbert Ellis. I reside at 4857 Zone Avenue. I'm also a neighbor of Mr. Ocean and his family. I moved into the area in 2020, and I've seen the work that he's put in to develop his land and his farm, and I think he's doing a great job. I think we should support him because we always want fresh, sustainable food in the area. And we see that the city has put out flyers for fresh produce stands, produce trucks and what have you. So if you're doing that, I think you should also support what he is doing.
Can we hold?
Good evening. I'm Barbara Gilbert. Moved to the neighborhood in late August 17. I'm a senior. And Mr. Ocean lives across the street from me, diagonal. During COVID, I had the opportunity to have things brought right to me. Eggs, greens, fruit, everything that I needed. I'm 79 years old, and I have never had anyone to reach out to me as Mr. Ocean has. We have a community that's really growing, but it's also being affected by attempted robberies that happened to me on Labor Day in my house. I am happy to have Mr. Ocean as a farmer. He looks out for his neighbors, and he looks out for the community. So we would like to have him remain. Thank you.
I think we're going to reserve, as we said.
There is no one in opposition, is that correct?
No one in opposition.
All right, I'm gonna go ahead and close this public hearing and open it up to council for questions and comments, beginning as is always our practice with the district representative, Dr. Rowell.
Thank you for the presentation. I have a couple questions. Looking at the information in the staff report, it had the area zoned for R3, and I'm very familiar with this area. And it definitely has a agricultural feel. I'm just trying to get clarity on the R3. Are all of the properties in this, and was it considered, when it was originally platted, a subdivision, or are these individual lots? That's a question.
For staff?
Yes, staff,
All right,
I'm sorry.
thank you. Reggie McClendon, Managing Director of CDRA. This subdivision was platted for residential. It's R3. From as far as our records indicate, it has been R3 since Fulton County started zoning back in the 1950s. And it has never been land that was zoned to be agricultural. For those who are unfamiliar with the area, it is right off of Campbellton Road. And so it is a portion of Campbellton Road that has been underdeveloped. And I believe most of that is because the infrastructure did not cross over onto that side of the street as far as the water and sewer goes. But if you look back through your council records, you will note that in the last few months, you have approved some rezonings in the area that will be running sewer and water connections into this part of the community. And so we do expect in the very near future that development will start to increase as far as residences go. While I'm in front of you, I do want to address some misconceptions or some of the allegations that were made. Our department back in early 2024 did give a business license to this applicant. It was prior to us implementing some of the controls that we have now as far as making sure that all of our business licenses are being checked against our zoning code to ensure that they are being correctly administered. This was before the business license department was brought under the fold of CDRA. And so we do completely acknowledge that that did happen. While we acknowledge that, in looking back through the records, I did find a letter from this applicant dated 2023 in May, I believe, asking for a zoning certification letter for his property. And in that letter to our department, he noted that he had purchased the property 4 years prior. In that 4 years, he had made some significant expenditures towards his farming operation. So I don't want the allegation that all of this money was made in reliance on that business license that was erroneously issued to go unchecked. Plenty of that expenditure was made prior to those business licenses being issued. And so I certainly hope that answers your question.
Just one more question. So the issue with the business license is because the current zoning is R3, and because of the type of business that they want to operate is incompatible because it needs to have agricultural designation. Is that correct?
That's correct. And to change it to agricultural, this would be in the middle of a number of residential subdivisions. We don't believe it would be compatible. It's as far as city planning goes, it's a long-held theory that you don't really downzone properties. If this individual was trying to upzone this property and we had recommended denial, I assume they would be making the same argument that we were doing some kind of a constitutional taking. I don't believe this reaches anywhere close to that threshold, but I'll leave that to the lawyers. But next thing, the last thing that I do want to address is that I did reach out to this applicant and offered that we would, before the planning commission hearing, I was unaware that we had issued those business licenses. That was just something that I didn't know happened before that hearing. So I did reach out to them and offer that we would renew that business license for them if they chose to, with the understanding that we had issued it erroneously in the past. It appears that they did not want to take advantage of that, but I will certainly let you know that that did happen.
Thank you. And then just a couple of questions for the applicant. When you did your community meetings, how many people participated? Did you go through Sandtown Community Association? Can you talk a little bit about your community engagement beyond your immediate neighbors?
We mailed out 1,500 flyers
Okay.
to our neighbors. We had the meeting at Wolf Creek Library, and I can't remember at this time how many people was attendance, but we did take notes. Our legal took notes about the meeting and questions that people had. So we did do the go through the process of the community meeting and outreach to the community.
Do you have like a sign-in sheet or anything like that?
Yeah, we did a sign-in sheet. Yeah, we had an attendance sign-in sheet and submitted it to the city. Is it a chance for me to bring up some of the points that he made regarding expenditures that my wife and I had made regarding our farming operation? Is this the time to do that?
I had to ask that.
Okay. In order to have a farm, infrastructure has to go in first. And a lot of the infrastructure that he mentioned, in order to get to the point to where we can sell, like putting in fruit trees and building trellises, power, water, those things had to go in when we first purchased the property. Of course, if we never get to the point where the fruit trees never grow and the land doesn't produce, we can't have a farm. So when it got to the point where the fruit trees were producing, some of them took 5 years or something to grow, 4 years to grow. Once we got to that point, that's when we could say, okay, we can be a farm. And that's when we went through the process of going to the city and notifying them and then going through the process of trying to monetize what we've developed on the land. So I think that's maybe where city may not understand the process of that particular aspect of developing a farm, but that's the reason why certain infrastructure goes in first in order for us to be able to maintain the operation. So it's not a heavy drain on the power supply, not a heavy drain on water, on water when you're trying to irrigate your property. So that's in relation to that.
Okay, so this is just my commentary. I heard from a lot of neighbors who are in this immediate area, some long-term who may have thought it was agricultural or the like. This is just my thoughts. I don't know if we'll get there, but we're going through a future land use process right now. Looking at the area, it seems if a significant number of the residents believe this to be agricultural, it may make sense to look at the area versus one property. I'm just saying. And I'd like to hear more. We're not going to use this time for it, but to have a little bit more conversation before we take action on it regarding that. And I think that would be helpful to me.
And I'll make one statement before I sit down and let somebody else talk. We still do have neighbors around the corner from us on Enon that are growing, that are using, that have tractors and they growing okra looking nice and tall. So it's not like it's something that's foreign on our block.
Right. I just want to make sure that the land uses are compatible. I'm sure the attorney understands that. Those properties are clearly AG1. This one seems like, well, it's not zone AG1, even though it's operated in that fashion. So this is something, that's why I said I would want to talk a little bit more about the neighbors versus a one-off. So, yeah, and we don't have to address it. I mean, you can, but I'll want to follow up with the residents relative to that, and I'll commit to do that before we take any action on it.
Okay, and one of the things I was gonna say is that the prior owner of the property is here who sold it, and she says she was born and raised here, and that property was used as farming from when she was a little one to now. And they had, as I understand it, vineyards, agricultural property, and it was already that way continuously. And the second thing, for better or for worse, again, everybody just loves lawyers being in a zoning hearing. But when you, unfortunately, and I've been a city attorney and a county attorney, and the shortest state legislator in Georgia is history, but when you do a comprehensive land use plan, and when you change zoning in a property or designate it for a different use than for what it's being used for, that's when the property owner, as you know, comes up in an application, gets standing to say, yes, but it is proper to utilize it for this, and it has been utilized it for this. So the legislation that you did, whether it was through a comp plan or through a rezoning map or rezoning ordinance, could constitute a taking of that use and that business. And that's what we're trying to avoid.
But I'm very clear that this, whether it operated in that way, it wasn't zoned that way. And all I'm saying is we want to make it consistent. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, we appreciate
So, which is why I would want to talk to more than one neighbor, because it has implication for them and their land values. So that needs to be clear to those residents. So those are my questions, and I don't have any further. I'll be following up. Thank you.
The chair recognizes Mayor Pro Tem Pritchett.
Thank you. If Mr. McClendon can come up. So, based on the applicant's activities, they're operating a business out of, well, actually, I guess let me bring up the applicant first, and then I'll. So, sir, you submitted to us quite a few expenses that you have. $65,000 is a lot of money.
Yes.
So, is this a profitable business for you?
Well, farm is never profitable in the beginning.
I mean, I understand you love to do it, but.
And then this year, because we had the business license taken away, we couldn't apply for the business license this year. It really stifled what we could do as far as this whole entire year. We've been spending a lot of money on, of course, we still have the land maintenance and continue to improve infrastructure. But without that license this year, it's really held us back from being able to take advantage of what we've built. So,
okay.
Yeah.
Now, I will ask Mr. McClendon a follow-up question. So, Mr. McClendon, I guess technically, he needs a business license. Without the zoning changing, would it be considered a home-based business? Is that like a stretch? A home-based business being a farm? I mean, I'm just asking. I'm learning too.
It would not be considered a home-based business, although people do live on their farms. Those properties are more so considered a farm with a residential component, as opposed to a home-based business, which is designed to be something that is accessory to your residential dwelling, and is a small percentage of that residential use. In fact, I think our zoning code specifies that no more than 25% of your home could be used for a home-based business. And so this is something completely separate. We wouldn't consider this to be a home-based business.
Okay, thank you. That's all I have.
All right, the chair recognizes Councilwoman Willis.
Thank you for recognizing me. Attorney McClendon, how long has the city been erroneously issuing business licenses to Mr. Ocean Farm business?
From my understanding, it was, he only got one license in 2024. Perhaps there was one in 2023, though I'm not 100% sure.
So-
Definitely 2024.
So prior to that, prior to 2023, are you saying he didn't have a license?
That's correct.
Okay. And when did he start having to get a license?
Well, to run a business, you're supposed to get a license at the inception of that business. So
Okay.
whenever he would have
So we
considered
issued it, we
that to be.
erroneously, excuse me, I'm sorry, we erroneously issued him a license in 2023 and 2024, and then now in 2025, we're saying, no, we're not gonna issue a license because you're not zoned to do business agriculturally in this area.
That's right. In 2025, we initiated zoning reviews for all of our business licenses, including those that had been previously existing before 2025. And so every applicant that came in and asked for a business license in 2025, we did a zoning review, which was a practice that had not been in place prior to that. And so some of those businesses, when we discovered that they were out of compliance with zoning, we did not renew their licenses. Subsequently, as the year went along, our philosophy on that evolved. Thank you. And we did start taking a few more things into consideration. We didn't take such a hard line on that approach because we adopted our motto of being business friendly. And so we said that if you had been licensed, if you had received a license in the past, even though you were not supposed to receive that license, we generally honored that as long as we did not consider it to be a detriment to the surrounding community. And so it was with that understanding that we reached out to Mr. Ocean and did make that offer to renew that business license.
Okay. And how long has this, I heard one of the original landowners said that this particular parcel of land has been a farm since they were little, which I can believe because most of the land in South Fulton is zoned to be, the vacant land is agriculture. So how long has this land been in operation as a farm?
I don't know the answer to that, but and the applicant is behind me, so I'm assuming he's going to answer it. But here's what I will say. What I always tell people is that you can't see zoning. We're in a building right now that looks and operates like an office building, but we are in industrial zoning district. And so when people grew up and looked at this area, I'm sure that they had the assumption that it was zoned for agriculture, but it just never has been. It's always been suburban residential zoning.
All right, thank you. Mr. Ocean, how long have you been operating as a farm?
I moved here in 2019. Since then, that's when we started putting our peach trees in, since 2019. Of course, at that time, we had no idea if they was gonna grow or not. And you can't count your chickens, you can't count your eggs before, you know.
I understand. So, Mr. Ocean, I just want to say thank you and kudos to you, because one thing COVID taught us is that we can't depend on grocery stores. One thing COVID taught us is that we need to depend on a more sustainable way of food and producing food and growing food organically. And so I have not seen your property, but I would love to meet you when I return and come over to see your farm. I don't think this is something that we should adversely impact, because community farms is a nationwide necessity, and it is something that a lot of communities are moving towards. Have you gone to the grocery store lately? Have you seen that because of all of the immigrant workers that's being forced out of this country, that vegetables are not being picked? The shelves are empty, and one of the farmers that truly get impacted, the most, to the point that they had to, there was a farmer out of Virginia who won a multi-million-dollar lawsuit, is our black farmers. And so it just breaks my heart. It just breaks my heart to see that Mr. Ocean is here fighting to save his farm when we as a city, one of the things that we said when we wanted to become a city, because I was there from the beginning when House Bill 514 was dropped, sponsored by Roger Bruce on the House, sponsored by Donzella James on the Senate side, is that we wanted this place to be a place that we worked, played, worshiped, and did business. And we should be cultivating our businesses, especially our farmers. And I hope that Councilmember Rao, you find a way to work with Mr. Ocean so that we can cultivate what he's doing, so he can also teach other, work with our schools and teach other community members how to farm. And this will be one of the biggest community farms in our city, especially hearing our planning director say that this is not detrimental to the community. And then especially with the fact that this city has been erroneously issuing business licenses to this man for the past 2 to 3 years. And to hear the attorney say that some of our changes in our zoning codes has made his land, incompatible. I just don't see neighbors being against this. And then to say that you want to talk to other neighbors, where heck, you had 7 of them come tonight. And so this shouldn't be something that we do. It breaks my heart to see that we are once again, because there are several occasions where we are adversely impacting businesses because we are a city. And we should stop doing that. And so I'm glad to hear that Mr. McClendon is saying that we are taking a more business-friendly approach, because that's what we need to do. And I am sorry that he is here going through this. And as a city, we should be trying to do everything that we can to save this community farm. We should try to figure out how we cultivate this community farm. Not only do that, we should be figuring out how we could partner with him to work with our children and the community to get more community farms. I don't care how this comes back, but I would not be voting no against this. Mr. Ocean, I am so sorry. And one of the reasons I'm so sorry is I'm sitting here virtually fighting off food poisoning. And if I had eaten some organic vegetables, I would not be in this position. And so we need you. We need more of you. And when I get back, I will be looking you up so I can come over and look at your farm. I'm a country girl, born in Savannah, Georgia, grew up,
I'm sorry, Madam.
visiting my aunt farm.
Councilwoman
and they
Willis,
used to call me Susie May. And so I will be coming over to visit you, and I hope this works out in your favor. Thank you. You have an advocate in me.
Thank you.
All right. I do just want to remind everyone that this is a legal proceeding and there is a court reporter here.
Good.
Councilman Sebastian.
Can we address
Oh, we
one
got
point that was
everything
made by
I
the
said.
planning director?
We've closed the public hearing.
Yeah.
If someone addresses a question to you, you'll be able to answer the question, but we do have more cases and an entire other meeting to do tonight. Go ahead, Councilman Sebastian.
Thank you. I'll make mine quick. In looking at all of these pictures and so on, it reminds me of how we grew up with in our yard, except for the solar on the roof. So obviously, you guys are doing somewhat of a whole self-sustained entity there. But with all the barriers, with all the plans that I say about the land. And let me just add that we are actually pushing for stuff like this. So I'll say to staff, I don't think this is the first time we're gonna face this issue. So we have to give it some thought to figure out if someone in, I don't know, one of the other communities want to do this type of farming in their backyard, what does that look like, and the size that they will be able to do, and how, because what we don't want to do, we don't want to discourage people from growing food. I know there's a particular family in District 4 that I know they have these grow boxes in the back of their yard, and they grow a lot of stuff and they give away to their neighbors, right? And so while we are trying to fight food insecurity and we're trying to eat healthier and more organic, I think institutions such as yours or establishments such as yours should be encouraged, not made to go through hardship in order to get to the place where you need to be. So again, I congratulate you for doing this, and I thank staff for trying to work with you to get this straight out and on the road. But I think we are encouraging people. At my October Farmers Market, we're having the young farmers market, because we're spreading through the neighborhood that we want kids to come back and we want kids to look at farming. One of the largest young farmers programs in the state of Georgia, if not the largest, is at Creekside High School, right here, where they encourage people to go into farming. So we don't want to create barriers to getting food, although we do have to respect our zoning laws. That's why I'm saying we have to give it more thought as to what is going to happen down the road, not only with yours, but maybe others who may want to create these home-based farming systems. Thank you.
All right, Director McClendon, I do just have one follow-up question. We are, and for the edification of the public, we are going to be taking a look at our future land use map at our next meeting, Tuesday, October 14th. Please come back here. We're going to have a hearing and get feedback from all of you. One of the things that I and several other people I think have been an advocate of is looking at the areas that we can preserve and conserve. I especially am interested in growing our agribusiness industry and using our future land use map to do that. With that being said, you did say, Director McClendon, that it is not usual or customary to downzone, but it isn't completely unheard of. It is allowable, is that correct?
It is.
All right, thank you.
And be on the lookout. We just got off a call with the Atlanta Regional Commission a couple of days ago where we will be applying for a city agriculture plan through the Food Well Alliance to develop a local food system. So I don't want anybody to think that we're anti-agriculture or anti-farm. That's going to be a big push of ours in 2026. I don't know if Campbellton Road is the proper place for that.
Well, thank you so much. We're all excited about the work that you're doing, and we will. Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead. The chair recognizes Councilwoman Gums.
So, do you have livestock on your farm?
I'm a beekeeper because I have an orchard and that's part of our systems.
Oh, I don't think we noted bees in the livestock ordinance.
No. And I have chickens.
And chickens.
Because chickens also are a very important part of our circle of growing. And so that's the only two living things I deal with. But, you know, for us, to make sure that we get the proper pollination on those trees, especially with our area, we have a really early spring sometimes. If we didn't have our hives on the property, they wouldn't be able to pollinate early flowering trees. So we have hives on our property. And since we create our own fertilizer, build our own soil, we use the chicken manure and fall leaves. We use a lot of natural materials on the land and turn it into the stuff that we grow our food in. So it's a lot of interesting stuff, and we have a lot of information about what we do and how we grow on our website that we've developed. You see, me and my children have developed a lot of information for the public in regards to how we grow and why we do it.
And I've seen this in the city of Atlanta. There is a farm that is in a residential, smack dab in a residential area. You are actually producing and selling these items. So do you make honey, you sell the eggs, and you do all of that, the vegetables?
Yes, everything goes in stages. At the first stage we did, everything was given away. Given away. And we got to the point where we produced so much we couldn't give it all away. People started looking at us strange.
Okay.
And we did everything we could as far as canning and drying. So we got to that point. And then we got to the stage where we started to donate, which is doing donations. And now we've gotten to the point where, like, when we got to the point where we started getting licensing, that's when we started trying to reach out and do small sales and, you know, step by step grow. And this year has been a really tough growing year, but we still had stuff to sell, stuff to share with the public. But we were definitely limited to what we could do.
Okay, and I guess this is for Mr. McClendon or Councilwoman Rao. Is there another farm that is close in proximity to this one?
We have some farms on Eden Road, but they are zoned agricultural. I know we have farms on Cascade Road. They're zoned agricultural. So, you know, I think Councilman Sebastian said it best, that we need to be thoughtful about how we address this because we are likely to see it again. And so I look forward to having further conversation with the staff and Mr. Ocean to figure out, you know, how we'll move forward. Yeah, so.
I think that concludes my questions. I'm interested in coming to visit and learning a little bit more. If you want to do a tour and let the council come out and, you know, try to see what you have going on, I think that would be beneficial as well. I don't know about buying eggs, but I heard it's a thing. So I'm looking forward to probably trying to save some money and buying some eggs, some fresh eggs. But good luck to you and thank you for presenting your case.
Well, I wish this meeting was like a week earlier because we just went through muscadine. We harvested muscadine and scupperdines.
All right, thank you. Mr. Clerk, please sound the final item.
I'm in the queue.
Actually, I have two items.
Okay, thank you.
So letter C is KC 24-014.
Excuse me, I was in the queue.
My apologies. I don't see any other speakers in the queue, and we are sounding the next item.
I was in the queue. On my screen, on my side, it says that I am in the queue.
Madam Parliamentarian, would you like to opine?
It would be up to the clerk's record. I do recognize there is a bit of a delay that we're experiencing concerning Councilman Willis, even in some of the sounding and the voting. I would suggest going with the clerk.
Like it just popped in.
The chair recognizes Councilwoman Willis.
What I would do is, since there's a delay on your side, when I go in the queue, I would text the clerk and let the clerk know that I'm in the queue so we won't have this confusion anymore. Just real short. There was a comment made by Mr. McClendon that he didn't think Camerton Road was the best place for farms. That's what I just heard him say. And what I am saying is this farm was here before residential. To my understanding, Mr. Ocean inherited this farm. So who are we to say that Camerton Road is not the best place for something that was in existence before everything was built around it? Community farms exist in residential communities all the time. And community farms is what's needed. So I think we need to be careful adversely impacting businesses because we are a city and we change codes and we want people to conform to our code. And as stated, may not have been always agriculture, but we erroneously issued business licenses to this business twice. So I just hope that we can figure out how to work with this business owner who has a commodity that we desperately need in our city. Thank you.
Mr. Clerk, please sound the next item.
Brings us to letter C. KZ 24-014, this is a public hearing. Application by Templar Development, care of Battle Law, requesting rezoning from Sub C in the Cliftondale Overlay District to CUP to develop 121 single-family detached homes on 47.67 acres at 4220, 4320 Union Road, 0 Union Road, 0 Union Road, and 0 Union Road. It's located in City Council District 3. Staff recommendations approval conditional. Planning Commission is recommending approval conditional.
Go ahead, sir.
All right. KZ 25-014, the applicant is requesting a rezoning from Suburban C to CUP, which is our Community Unit Plan District, to develop 121 single-family detached homes on 47.67 acres. Again, the address is 420 and 4320 Union Road. The property is located in Council District 3. Staff is recommending conditional approval. Since this is a CUP zoning, the applicant is allowed to make up their own or create their own conditions, and those conditions are as follows. The minimum front setback is 20 feet. The minimum side setback is 5 feet. The minimum side abutting street is 15 feet, and the minimum rear setback is 15 feet. Staff is recommending approval conditional along with the Planning Commission.
Good evening, Michelle Battle. Michelle Battle.
Hold on a second. The mayor needs to open public hearing first.
There you go.
I'm going to go ahead and open the public hearing. Mr. Clerk, are there any speakers for or against?
I believe we have the applicant present and we have one speaker in opposition.
All right, you know how this goes. You may want to reserve some of the balance of your time for those to rebut those in opposition. Your time starts now.
Good evening, Michelle Battle with Battle Law, 3562 Habersham at North Lake, Tucker, Georgia, 30084. The subject property is located off of Union Road, north of Old Fairburn Road, and east of Hennessy Circle, across from the Stone Wall subdivision, Manor subdivision. The property, again, is located within the suburban district, which allows up to 3 units per acre. This site is roughly 49 acres in size, and we are proposing 121 units. The site plan that you see in front of you was the original site plan that we presented to the community. After addressing a number of issues concerning not only the additional stream areas located on the property, but also items that were raised by the community after 2 community meetings, we managed to revise the site plan in order to address issues that had been raised by the community and also to preserve the areas that are environmentally sensitive. Those updates included, again, modifying the site plan to protect all of the stream buffers. We also added a second entrance, which was requested by the community. And then we added a swimming pool, cabana, and pool house, which was also requested by the community, along with having 2 tot lots on the site. And those things were done in large part, again, because of comments that we received back from the community in order to enhance the community and make sure that it was something that would be, if not, certainly I would say comparable with what has already been developed in the area. It will not be identical to what's in the Stonewall Manor subdivision in terms of house sizes, but it certainly is intended to be a really well done and well maintained community that we're really excited about at Templar. When we look at the development summary, we can see that, again, it's 49 acres. We've got 27.71 acres of common space, with only a much smaller percentage being required. And so we far exceed what the requirements are. Our density is less than what the allowable density is in the area at 2.47 units per acre. And so we are in compliance with the current land use designation for the property. This is giving you some inspiration photos, looking at the front entrance. We are also preserving all of the 50-foot undisturbed buffer along the frontage of the property in compliance with the overlay. This is in the, oh my goodness, I cannot think of it. Cliftondale, thank you so much. The Cliftondale Overlay District, mind bad this morning. Again, we've got the amenity area that you can see at the front of the subdivision, where we've got the mail kiosk, the playground, and the cabana, and the pool and clubhouse area. And then the second tot lot is at the rear of the subdivision to give some amenity for the back portion of the site. This gives you some, again, inspiration photos. Templar takes very seriously how it designs not only its homes, but also the amenity areas, and are very proud of how they work to ensure that there are amenity areas that can be.
The PowerPoint isn't, for some reason, it's not following along with attorney battle. It's not moving. It's stuck on the battle law page.
Is this the PowerPoint slide you're on here?
I assume so.
I think that this just may be another delay you were suffering, Councilwoman Willis.
It is the same PowerPoint that I used at both the Planning Commission and at the last community meeting.
I just downloaded and follow along that way.
Yes.
I've been delayed for about 15 minutes. That's okay. I mean, that's our technology, not you. Thank you.
And these are some of the house designs that we were proposing for the site. Templar has been looking to upgrade many of the designs that they have for the homes that they propose. You can see that it has a mixture of textures, both brick as well as hardy plank, board and batten, with brick water tables along some of the sides, looking at differing colors. All of these units will have 2-car garages as well as a 2-car parking pad. In terms of proposed conditions, along with the conditions proposed by staff, we are proposing a mandatory HOA with a declaration to be filed prior to the issuance of any building permits. Rental restrictions to be included in the declaration for enforcement by the HOA, together with a condition enforceable by the city against the HOA. All homes having a bedroom and full bathroom on the first floor, which allows us to encourage multi-generational living. Sidewalks on both sides of the street throughout the community, 2-car garages with each unit, with 2-car parking pads, again, for 4 spaces per unit, along with a minimum unit size of 1,600 square feet, which is actually the same minimum unit size within the subdivision across the street. We believe that the price points on these homes will be in the
high threes, probably high
to the high threes and to the high fours. So that gives a range of homes for people, particularly new families who would be looking to come into the community. And with that, we would respectfully request approval of the application. Thank you.
All right, you have 3 minutes and 31 seconds left for rebuttal. Mr. Clerk, please call those in opposition.
Mr. Michael Venable was the only person that signed up for this case, Z25-029. Oh, he said he's foregoing and he wanted to sign up for the next one. So there's no one in opposition present.
All right, I'll go ahead and close the public hearing and open it up to council questions and comments, beginning, as is always our practice, with the district representative, Councilwoman Willis.
Thank you. I want to thank Attorney Battle and developer Day Knight. This did not start off in a harmonious way, this development. But however, this is what is supposed to happen. They work with the community. We had 2 follow-up community input meetings. They took the input from the community, and that's why a pool has been put in this condition. The only thing that I just really am a little disappointed in. And I understand people want they want in their community what they desire. But all of the additional upgrades that the community demanded has taken this development out of the attainable, affordable range that originally the developer wanted to, stay close to. However, they wanted what was compatible in their area, and I commend the developer and attorney battle for working with the community to get the community what they wanted. And taking and moving this in the direction where these homes are now going to sell in the high 300s, closer to the 400s, is going to, possibly increase in assessments. And we just, we're trying to move in a direction as a city as a whole where we are trying to make things more attainable so that we can make it affordable for some of the youth that want to live in the area, to come in the area. So our doctors, so our firemen, so our for working with the community and getting us to the point where we now have no one speaking in opposition. So I look forward to moving forward with this, and good luck with the LDP process.
All right, anyone else? Councilwoman Gums.
So I want to first say thank you for bringing a multi-generational product to South Fulton. That's something that I think we have definitely been missing. So I'm kind of excited about that. My question is the setbacks, right? Did you work with the community in reference to the setbacks, or was this something that you all just, like you said, dreamed of?
No, we did, and I believe the 5 foot, we've got 10 feet between homes. That is actually consistent with the subdivision, I believe, across the street. I think there might have been about 7.5, but we believe that the 5 feet on either side, the community was okay with that.
What's the name of the subdivision across the street? Do you remember?
It's Stonewall Manor, I believe.
Stonewall Manor. Okay, so a lot of the specifications kind of match what they have going on in Stonewall Manor. Okay.
It's just the house, I know their homes are much larger. They were built at a much earlier time, but believe it or not, if you look on their plat, it indicates that the minimum lot size is 1,600. So that just means that at that time, people were building maybe bigger homes at that time.
And what sizes do you all go up to? How many square foot? I know 1,600 was the minimum.
1,600 to probably 3,200.
Up to 3,200.
Okay, so
that's why we've got a range in the pricing in the homes.
All right, thank you. I'm looking for a home, so
Thank you. Absolutely.
Anyone else, Mr. Clerk? All right, seeing and hearing none other, I'm going to please sound the next item.
Brings us to letter D, it's case Z25-029 and U25-010. It's a public hearing. An application by Quick Trip Corporation, care of Battle Law, requesting rezoning from C2 in the Old National Highway overlay to C2 with a special use permit to allow to operate a convenience store with the gasoline pumps with an accessory car wash at 0 Jonesboro and Kenwood Road. This is located in City Council District 7. Staff recommendation, Z25-029 approval, U25-010 denial. Planning Commission recommends denial for both cases. Staff.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. The applicant is present for this case, and it is my understanding that they would like to request a deferral, so I will defer to her.
Good evening, Michelle Battle with Battle Law, 3562 Habersham at North Lake Tucker, Georgia, 30084. We are asking for this matter to be deferred. There are some issues outstanding that we have to address with Councilmember Pritchett, including the waivers and other things that would have to go along with this. And so before we can move forward, we feel like we need to have further discussion with regards to that. Thank you. I guess we're asking for a deferral to the November hearing agenda, I guess, would be preferable. But if it's in October, that's fine as well. It's up to you all.
All right, the chair will entertain a motion for deferral to November. And can we just have that date? Because I know we only have one meeting in November, Mr. Clerk. Is it the 11th? No, that's. All right. So the chair will entertain a motion.
I move to defer to November 18th.
All right, it's been properly moved and seconded. Let's take this vote in the queue.
Yes, okay. Motion to defer was approved unanimously, 7-0.
All right, thank you. That was the last item, Mr. Clerk?
Yes, sir.
All right, we have about 28 minutes before our 7 p.m. meeting. I would like to have a brief executive session about personnel only. The chair will entertain a motion.
I move to go into executive session for personnel only.
All right, it's been properly moved and seconded. Let's take this vote by show of hands.
Record that motion approved unanimously. We are recessed at 6:32 p.m.
Thank you.
Corey, how do
Motion to reconvene.
Motion to reconvene after executive session.
Second.
I'm sorry. We went to executive session. All right. All right. Let's take this vote by a show of hands. And I'm sorry, before we take the vote, Mr. Clerk, was there any items in executive session for which we need to take a public vote now?
There was no action taken in executive session that requires a public vote.
All right, thank you. I'm going to entertain a motion to adjourn the zoning and alcohol license hearing.
Motion to adjourn.
Second.
All right, it's been properly moved and seconded. Let's take this vote by show of hands. All right, do you want to go ahead and start that video, Mr. Dowling, while we wait for Zoom to come back online?
You're joining us live from City Hall here in the great city of South Fulton. Introducing Mayor and Council. Mayor Khalid. Councilwoman Dr. Catherine Rao, District 1. Councilwoman Carmelita Gums, District 2. Councilwoman Helen Zenobia Willis, District 3. Councilman J.C. Sebastian, District 4. Councilwoman Keosha B. Bell, District 5. Councilwoman Natasha Williams Brown, District 6. Mayor Pro Tem Linda Becker Pritchett, District 7. Interim City Attorney Sarah Kelly. City Clerk Corey Adams. City Manager Sharon D. Subadan. Thank you for joining the City of South Fulton Council meeting, a city on the rise.
Thank you. We are back here for our second regular council meeting of the month. We are having this meeting 1 month early. Several members of council are headed to Washington, D.C. next week to lobby on behalf of all of you. So I wish them luck in their endeavors. We are live here at 5440 Fulton Industrial Boulevard, 30336. Mr. Clerk, would you please call the roll?
It's the roll call for the 7 p.m. regular meeting of the City of South Fulton City Council. The Honorable Catherine F. Rao, District 1.
Present.
The Honorable Carmelita Gums, District 2.
Present.
The Honorable Helen Z. Willis, District 3.
Present.
The Honorable J.C. Sebastian, District 4.
Present.
The Honorable Keosha B. Bell, District 5.
Present.
The Honorable Natasha Williams Brown, District 6.
Present.
The Honorable Linda B. Pritchett, District 7.
Presente.
The Honorable Mayor Khalid.
Present. Aki. Mr. Clerk, please sound the first item. And I'm sorry, while we're sounding the first item, I'm going to ask everybody to switch over into the 7 p.m. meeting, and if Mr. Thieldens could come up, or anyone from IT, we've got a couple IT issues here.
Point of order.
The chair recognizes Councilwoman Gums for her point of order.
Are we going to do the invocation?
Well, I asked the clerk to sound the next item, so whatever's next. Yes.
Next item on the agenda is invocation by the city chaplain.
Let us bow our heads for the invocation. Almighty and gracious God, our Father, we come before you with gratitude in our hearts. We thank you, God, for being God all by yourself.
You never leave us nor forsake us, and your grace has brought us safe thus far. And your grace will lead us on. We thank you this day, Father, for these your servants, our mayor, our city managers, our city staff, our police department, our fire and rescue, and our city council members. Lord, we come to you asking for your guidance and your wisdom as we begin this meeting. Help us to engage in meaningful discussions. Allow us to grow closer as a group. Grant us the wisdom and courage to know and do what is right, good, and true. Let us speak out when it's time to speak out. Let us patiently and receptively when it's time to listen. Let us always be guided by the spirit of community, by the spirit of justice, and by the spirit of love. This we pray in the name of Jesus, in the name of Jesus, in the name of Jesus. Amen. Amen. Now we'll stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. Mr. Clerk, please sound the next item.
Mr. Mayor, members of council, that brings us to the adoption of the council agenda. As I submitted to you previously, there are a couple of items that are being asked to be considered this evening. The first is a first read of an ordinance to establish the City of South Fulton Agent in Place Commission to define its membership, purpose, duties, and operation. This is sponsored by Councilmember Gumbs. And then secondly, there's a request for approval of a special event application from the CDRA department for Soul Symphony Orchestra Fashion Fundraiser for September 20th, 2025 at the Enon Ranch. Additionally, the minutes for the special call meeting for September 4th were not ready yet, so I wanted to remove that item and have it come back at the next meeting.
First, let's add the I'm sorry. Aren't there other special events that we're adding?
Yeah, they're under the consent agenda.
Consent agenda. All right, so let's just add these other special events under Roman numeral 7, as well as the Commission for Aging. So we'll take the Commission for Aging. You sounded that first, and then the special events. And we are striking from the
item D under Roman numeral 8D, September 4th, special call meeting minute.
All right, first the chair recognizes Councilwoman Gumbs.
So for the Aging Commission, it is the Aging Commission with disabilities as well. So that is the actual title, Aging Commission and Disabilities. And I had a question in reference to the item at Enon Ranch. What was that?
That was a special event, and I defer to City Manager or Assistant City Manager Davis. That was added.
This is a private entity that applied for a special event permit. And so it's been a while since we've seen those, but anytime somebody applies for a special event permit at a city, a location in the city, it comes to you for approval.
So in addition to our special events, our residents can do them as well. All right, Councilwoman, Mayor Pro Tem Pritchett.
So I'd like to amend to pull off of the agenda under C1, Administration, the second read for this ordinance. I'd like to work with the, I got a request from Councilwoman Willis, and I haven't been able to confer with Attorney Kelly since she got back. So we would like to bring this back on the October, is it 14th?
Yes.
So we'd like to bring this back October 14th, but I'd like to remove it today. Councilwoman Willis asked.
C1.
C1.
The public comment. All right. It's under agenda items, C1.
We're pulling it off until October the 14th so that Councilwoman Willis can express her concerns, further express the concerns with the city attorney's legal advice.
All right.
I would like this.
And then lastly, I would like to remove agenda item under Roman numeral 11-2. I have conferred with my counsel and I am going to remove that veto should you all approve this amended agenda. Thank you all for listening.
I have discussion.
All right. Do we have a motion in a second? Okay. Let's, the chair will entertain a motion first to approve the agenda as amended, and then we'll go into discussion.
I motion to approve agenda as sounded.
Second, as amended.
As amended, thank you.
Second.
It's been properly moved and seconded. We have discussion. Councilwoman Willis.
Yes, I just want to ditto to what Mayor Pro Tem Pritchett said. There were some things that I asked to be placed in the ordinance. It's not that I had a lot of concerns, but there were some things that I asked to be placed in the ordinance. And because the city manager was out on vacation, she hasn't had a chance to defer with the city manager. So I just want to put on the record for any resident that's listening, it's not that I have an issue with what we're doing. It's just that there were a lot of things that city council asked to put in the ordinance that wasn't reflected in the ordinance as it relates to public comments. And Mayor Pro Tem has not had a chance to get with our city attorney to make sure that the ordinance is cleaned up. So we want to be fair and make sure that we don't have to come back and amend stuff. We want to make sure that she wants to make sure that we are setting the right course of action as it relates to that ordinance. Second of all, there was communication put out that I was leading some type of committee. And I appreciate you, Mayor, for removing the veto. But I'm not leading any committee. This body, city council, agreed on a process to hire an investigator. And a part of the process was to have a 3-person committee vet all recommendations that came to the city council of investigators. And that committee is comprised of
Point of order.
The chair recognizes Mayor Pro Tem Pritchett for her point of order.
I believe that what's being said at this moment is a personnel matter that is under executive session privilege. So
I'm not discussing any.
All right, I'm going to rule on the point of orders first. The point of order is made to the chair, and I'm going to defer to our attorney/parliamentarian for her opinion. No, I'm asking. Do you agree with the assessment about personnel in executive session?
I caution to invoke the executive session privilege. However, as a city attorney and a fiduciary of the city, I would caution against having a detailed conversation in the public regarding a very sensitive personnel matter. So, Councilwoman Willis is a duly elected official. However, as a fiduciary of the city, I would caution against having a detailed discussion about a sensitive personnel matter in a public meeting.
Thank you, Councilwoman Willis. You've been cautioned. You may continue.
Yes, thank you for cautioning me. I'm not discussing anything in detail. However, there was a letter put out to the public that I was leading a committee, which was not true. I'm not leading any committee. A committee was comprised to vet investigators, and the committee is comprised of Councilmember Sebastian, Councilmember Williams Brown, and Councilmember Willis. I am not leading any committee. So, Mayor, I would appreciate if you retract your statement that you put in your newsletter. Thank you, and I yield.
All right, seeing and hearing no further comments, we'll take this vote in the queue. Is everyone able to get into the queue? All right.
That motion was approved unanimously, 7-0 as amended.
All right, thank you. Please sound the next item.
Mr. Mayor, members of council, that brings us to Roman numeral 6, proclamation presentations. The only proclamation presentation we have for this evening is a presentation honoring Josiah Reese Day. This is sponsored by Councilman Sebastian and the full mayor and council.
Heroes come in all sizes in our city. Come on, Josiah, come forward. Thank you, Mr. Reese, for bringing him out, and we are going to get you guys situated and out of here. So, thank you, young man. All right, so this proclamation says it all, and it reads as thus. Whereas the City of South Fulton celebrates and recognizing the achievements, contributions, and visibility of individuals with Down syndrome in our community, and whereas the National Down Syndrome Society, NDSS, founded in 1979, is dedicated to empowering individuals with Down syndrome and their families by driving policy change, providing resources, engaging with local communities, and shifting public perceptions. And whereas each year, the NDSS hosts its annual Times Square video presentation in New York City, featuring over 500 photographs of children, teens, and adults with Down syndrome from all 50 states and multiple countries, as a powerful and visible celebration of diversity, acceptance, and inclusion. Whereas this year, from more than 2,600 worldwide entries, the photograph of South Fulton resident Josiah Reese was selected to be featured on 2 Jumbotron screens in the heart of Times Square on Saturday, September 6, 2025, thanks to the support of Clear Channel Outdoors. And whereas Josiah's photograph taken in the Lake subdivision of South Fulton will be part of the live stream presentation seen by thousands, serving as a proud representation of both the Down syndrome community and the City of South Fulton. And whereas the Times Square video presentation serves as an official kickoff for the New York City Body Walk, a signature NDSS event promoting awareness, acceptance, and advocacy for individuals with Down syndrome, and part of the larger National Body Walk program held in over 150 communities nationwide. Now, therefore, I, Councilman J.C. Sebastian, along with the Mayor and City Council of the City of South Fulton, do hereby and proclaim September 17, 2025 as Josiah Reese Day in the City of South Fulton, and encourage all residents to join us in celebrating Josiah's achievement, recognizing the contributions of individuals with Down syndrome, and supporting continued advocacy for acceptance and inclusion in our community.
Thank you so much. We're all so excited and proud of Josiah. He attends Renaissance Elementary School and is doing well as a 5th grader. And he was super excited about his picture being shown in Times Square. And so if you want to see a great compilation of his excitement, just find Shatinice Reese or Steve Reese on Instagram, and you'll be able to see the presentation of his video in Times Square. So thank you so much, and we appreciate you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Picture right here. Oh. All right. I'm gonna have y'all scoot over just a little bit. There you go, perfect. All right, 3, 2, 1. Perfect.
Mr. Mayor, members of council, that brings us to public comments. Public comments regarding zoning cases will not be considered. We did receive 2 public comment cards. I will read the rules for public comment into the record. Any City of South Fulton resident or business owner who wishes to address the mayor and city council and offer public comment on any item on the agenda may do so during the public comment period of the meeting. Any county, state, and federal elected officials should be allowed to speak regardless of city of residence. Comment should be limited to 2 minutes per speaker. Public comment should not be limited to only those items appearing on the current city council meeting agenda. The person or City of South Fulton business owner desiring to speak should rise, address the city council, and when recognized, state their name, residential or business address, the agenda item they are addressing, and the city council district in which they reside. All remarks should be addressed to the council as a whole and not to any member. Speakers may not employ obscenities or threats of violence in their comments. And speakers may not use public comments to campaign for political office, either for themselves or on behalf of other candidates, for the purposes of limiting political influence on city employees and encouraging orderly and efficient meetings. With those rules read into the record, we did receive 2 speakers for this evening. I have Mr. Kelvin Davis and Mr. Mike Johnson. Kelvin Davis, Mr. Mike Johnson.
Good evening, council, mayor, city clerk, city manager, city attorney. My name is Kelvin Davis. I currently reside at the Vineyards of Butner, Cliftondale Drive, South Fulton, Georgia. I'm a member of District 3, and I'm speaking on the agenda item XIA1. We are moving forward on 2 major public safety projects: a new police headquarters on Old National at Jonesboro Road, and a fire and rescue headquarters with a training complex at 3000 Cascade Palmetto Highway. Residents have seen headlines and bond figures, but people still need one place to see what is being built, why it is needed, where it goes, how much it costs, and how it is paid for. And when each step happens, that is how you build a trust that so many of the residents of this city has wavered upon. I also want to acknowledge the progress that our first responders have made. That is, our own weekly comp stats show that this year, crime is trending down across much of the city compared with last year. Multiple districts show year-to-date decreases, including notable declines in District 1 through 4 and 7 and the Fulton Industrial Boulevard zone. That is good work by our officers and our partners, even as a couple of districts are up and still need attention. Let's keep improving, and let's keep the public informed while we do so. On training, we already have serious regional training capacity nearby. We have the Fulton County Public Safety Training Center right here on 3025 Merck Road, South Fulton. We have Clayton County's Public Safety Training Academy in Riverdale, which serves our area, and the Georgia Public Safety Training Center, which includes the Georgia Fire Academy. Home of the Georgia, this is the state's premier facility. Together, that means that training exists today. The public simply wants to understand what new value our city's project will deliver.
Excuse me, Mr. Davis.
Thank you.
It's over, but
that is your time, sir.
Thank you.
I like to let people finish their sentence. We go over time all the time, but that is your time. Thank you.
Understood.
All right.
So do I finish?
No, that was it. But if you have any further comments, you can
I do
email them
not.
to the clerk, and we'll get all of
Oh,
them.
yes. I sent you guys over a Georgia Opens Records request. That was last week. I would appreciate that be responded to. So, yes, that's the only comment.
All right. Thank you.
All right, Mike Johnson, District 4, Calvin and Fathom Road. I guess my spiel gonna be a whole lot shorter now that we're not speaking on this contract. But I still want to make something real clear here. You know, we talk about these operational reviews. Operational reviews only shows policy issues. We beyond that. An investigation shows personnel issues.
I'm sorry, Mr. Johnson, because that's not on the agenda anymore.
Yes, sir.
Our rules say you can't speak on it.
Absolutely. Let me just say this then. I see that the extension for Dr. Cedric Alexander is on the agenda here. I want to say this here. The city received, I guess, a 164-page report where they had over 100 recommendations. For whatever the reason, prior administration, prior people chose not to follow not one single one of those recommendations. I want to commend Dr. Cedric Alexander and his team for at least starting to address some of those. We got to have someone speaking up for our officers. Our men and women in uniforms, they have been crying out for help. And I think elected officials, I think we owe them that. Because if we don't do that, we're going to have an officer assault, probably even a death. We owe that to our men and women in uniform every day so they can come to work without a hostile and work in a hostile-free environment where they got opportunity to move up. And that's pretty much my say, since I can't speak on this other situation here. But our officers deserve that. I think Dr. Cedric Alexander has showed that he's trying to do that by implementing some of the $84,000 report recommendations. And man, y'all don't realize I really want to speak on it, but I can't. Thank y'all.
All right, thank you, sir. All right, Mr. Clerk, please sound the next item.
Yes, sir. That brings us to Roman numeral 8, approval of city council meeting minutes. Request council approval of city council regular meeting minutes, September 9th, 2025. Alcohol zoning public hearing minutes, September 9th, 2025. And the work session minutes, September 9th, 2025, A through C.
All right, I did receive guidance that so moved may not be a thing. So the chair will entertain a motion to approve.
I move to approve the minutes as sounded by the clerk.
Second.
All right, it's been properly moved and seconded. Let's take this vote by show of hands.
Court, that motion approved unanimously.
All right, please sound the next item.
That brings us to Roman numeral 9, alcohol license rezonings, variance, and modification cases for motion and vote. Second read and request council approval of a zoning ordinance case Z25-013, an application by Battle Law requesting rezoning from AG1 to NUP to develop 37 single-family detached homes on 8.30 acres at 0 Allen Drive. This property is located in Council District 5. Staff recommendation approval conditional. Planning Commission recommendation denial.
The chair will entertain a motion.
I motion to approve.
Second.
It's been properly moved and seconded. Is there any discussion? The chairman recognizes Councilwoman Bell.
All right, thank you so much, Mayor, for recognizing me. Thank you. All right, so thank you so much, Mayor, for recognizing me. I just want to take this time. I see some of my residents that were here earlier who had expressed their concerns in regards to this particular case. So I do want to thank Battle Law Group and our CDRA department for working a few times on making sure that we get exactly or close to what the residents have requested. So I just wanted to put that on record and give Ms. Glenda Collins, who I don't think is here anymore, as well as Ms. Belizaire, just thank you for bringing these concerns to my attention. And again, thank you, CDRA, for all of your assistance with this.
All right. The chair recognizes Councilwoman Williams-Brown.
Thank you, Mayor. I guess this will be for the city manager. I don't see Mr. McClendon. Oh, there's Mr. McClendon. Because I'm seeing, because I'm seeing on the agenda that there's still the staff recommendation and the planning commission recommendations diverging. And the 3-day training that we had, I thought helped us kind of work through some of these divergence, considering that my understanding is that the staff recommendation is the legal recommendation. And I want to be clear that I am, in my thinking, that I am clear as to what staff recommends versus what planning commission recommends, and which one is the legal one. And I'm probably using the term legal wrong, so please, wherever the court reporter is, I don't know what I mean, so I'm using legal in a very, very broad term.
So I'm going to ask Director McClendon. What I understood is the staff follows the very strictest and most literal land use and zoning policies that we have on record. And we were all trained that the comprehensive plan and the land use map are kind of the holy grail in making these decisions. And I'm going to let Director McClendon kind of pick it up so he can reiterate what it is that the staff do when they make a recommendation. And also, they don't, even when things change, they don't typically change their recommendation because that is a recommendation they made in front of the Planning Commission. When things change after the fact, they don't go back and change it on the record. So, Director McClendon.
Thank you for that, City Manager Superintendent Reggie McClendon, Managing Director of the Business Friendly CDRA. I will agree with the statements that were just made. I will go further to say that the Planning Commission doesn't have to agree with us. They were appointed by you all, and they have their opinions on these matters, and they give their recommendations. And so I don't think either recommendation is considered to be any more legally robust than the other. It's just that our recommendation is based on the documentation that you all have voted on and passed as a council, that being the comprehensive development plan, the future land use map, and the zoning code, which, by the way, is why it's very important as we go through this comprehensive plan process for us to be reviewing that language that you will be voting on in the upcoming months to ensure that it is what it is that you want to say, because that's what we're going to be looking at going forward as we make our recommendations. But the Planning Commission, they make their recommendations based off of whatever factors it is that they feel is suitable at that time.
The chair recognizes Councilwoman Bell.
For point of clarification, to our CDRA Managing Director, there is an error on this case. It should be 33 single-family detached homes.
Yeah, we see this, we try to catch these, but a lot of times when these cases get continued, a lot of different times, the language, we enter the language in when the case first comes to us based on what was originally requested, and just quite often that language just continues to travel with the case.
Thank you, and I definitely understand that we've had many conversations as it relates to this particular case. And the initial, just to put on record, the initial request and proposed development was for 77 townhomes. Now, again, a lot of our residents had an opportunity to participate in the public participation meetings. After numerous conversations, we dropped it down to 38 and then 33. This does include, again, approval with conditions, which includes the 100 feet buffer. Landscape and noise disturbance has been also discussed. And again, as the residents mentioned, you did not want townhomes. So we went back, spoke with the developer, and we have single-family detached homes. We have limited access as requested by the residents to Allen Drive. And to maintain the consistent pricing with the neighborhoods and the subdivisions around, we did have to make sure that we kept it so that we wouldn't hike up any property taxes. So again, after many and numerous conversations with our residents as well as the developer, we have a final of 33 single-family detached homes. So I just want to make a note of that because I know many of you who have the agenda, it does specify 38, and the final number is 33. Thank you. I yield.
The chair recognizes Councilwoman Rowell.
Just for clarification, so the motion we're approving is the one with the amendments that you, modifications, that you just sounded. Is that correct? Yeah, thank you.
All right, anyone else, Mr. Clerk?
Not that I'm aware of. I did want to Dr. Rao's point, to Mr. McClendon, you have the written, okay. So we have those for the record. We have to have that spelled out.
All right, seeing and hearing no further questions, let's take this vote in the queue.
Record that motion, approve 6-0 with conditions.
All right, please sound the next item.
Point of order. It's a delay on my end. Did you get my vote?
They'll make it unanimous, 7-0.
All right, please sound the next item, Mr. Clerk.
Next item, case letter B, second reading, request council approval of TA 25-003, an ordinance to amend the South Fulton zoning ordinance to bring the ordinance in compliance with changes to the zoning procedures law implemented by HB 155. It's my understanding from Director McClendon that this item needs to be held until the October 15th, 14th meeting.
The chair will entertain a motion.
This item until October 14th meeting, Mr. Clerk?
All right, it's been properly moved and seconded. Is there any discussion? I have discussion. Mr. McClendon or Director McClendon, should I refrain from this discussion and talk with you offline? Is that why you're holding it? All right, thank you. All right, let's take this vote in the queue.
Councilman Bell, do you want to? And Councilman Willis, did you want to register your vote? That item was approved, 6-0.
All right, please sound the next item.
There's a delay on my end. I did register my vote. Yes.
That item was approved, 7-0. Okay, that brings us.
I'll go in the chat from now on, clerk.
That brings us to Roman numeral 10, consent agenda, items A and B.
The chair will entertain a motion.
I'd like to make a motion to approve the consent agenda as presented.
Second.
All right, it's been properly moved and seconded. Is there any discussion? I do have discussion. Can we bring up our event list? And Mr. Clerk, can you tell me if there are already events on any of these days?
Ms. Harold, Mr. Ryan, can you pull up my computer, please?
That's what's showing on your PC too.
Well, I'll just ask Madam City Manager. I don't want to belabor the time. I know that Dr. Cooper has a report. If you would allow him to just let us know if there are any other events on these days.
And I did email the list to y'all earlier as well, so it should be in your emails.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Dr. Mark Anthony Cooper, Assistant City Manager, City of South Fulton. For the requested event dates, September 30th, at this point, we only have one event on that day. That's with the Economic Development Department, and that's the Ready, Steady Work Job Readiness Boot Camp.
Okay. Any of the other days?
On October 8th, we do have a District 1 Town Hall at Sandtown Park, so there is a conflict with that one there. October 11th, we do have a D4 Senior Harvest Gala that's on the agenda for October 11th. However, I did contact District 2 to ensure that we would be able to cover that with our vendor. Our vendor did come back to me and state that they would have availability if we move forward with that one. So we only have one event that day, which is the D4 Senior Harvest Gala, which we don't have a form for yet, but that's what's on the calendar. And October 16th is open.
So we'll have 3 events then with these two on October the 11th. And while you're up here for the event that's added, so we don't have to ask you back, the special event that was added, I don't know what day that was.
September 20th, I know it by heart.
Oh, there are already 2 events on September 20th?
We have 4.
There are already 4 events on
Yes.
September 20th. Okay, we'll talk about that when we get to it. Thank you so much.
Yes, sir.
I have a question.
The chair recognizes Councilwoman Willis.
So to my understanding, just so that we can be transparent, can we give the time period for the event that the town hall meeting is on? the date that Dr. Cooper just said there's a conflict because there's a District 1 Town Hall meeting on that date. What
Yes,
time
it's
is that
Sandtown
meeting?
Park, October 8th. I don't have a time here. Do you have the time, Councilwoman Combs?
Yeah, we talked. Yeah, so mine is at 6:30 and hers is during the day.
Okay.
So for the record, there is not a conflict. Because if one event is 10 o'clock in the morning and the other event is at 6 o'clock in the afternoon, how is that a conflict? And then the policy says you don't want to have more than 2 events on one day. So there are 2 events, but one is at 10 o'clock in the morning and one is at 6 o'clock in the evening. So how is that a conflict? I'm just asking.
Well, Councilwoman Willis, I will explain that. There is no conflict because there are no times posted for the event. So now that I have the times, you're right, there is no conflict.
Okay. The other question I have, Mayor you mentioned another event on a day where we had 4 events or 3 events. Can you,
Yes,
wrong? Did I hear that wrong?
Yeah, no, Councilman Willis, we'll be talking about, I just asked him to give us the information now, but that item isn't on the consent agenda, so we'll be revisiting that later.
Okay, all right, thank you.
All right, Councilwoman Gomes.
No, I know that this is the consent agenda and this is dialogue because we had already approved the agenda as amended, but we did have a conversation. I spoke with Dr. Rao, but I also spoke with you as well, Dr. Cooper. So I'm not sure exactly what this intent of, having all of this dialogue in reference to the District 2 events that's been added, but I do appreciate it. But to show you there is no conflict. Thank you.
All right, so I would ask, as people submit their events, if you could also submit the times, and Mr. Clerk, if you would put them on the agenda so that when we are seeing these events, we're clear about the times. All right.
Thank you.
There is a motion on the floor. Let's take this vote in the queue.
I show that motion approved unanimously.
Mr. Thildens, I think we need you back up here again. Please sound the next item, Mr. Clerk.
It brings us to agenda items under letter A, Public Safety. Number 1, request council approval and extension of the professional services agreement with Dr. Cedric Alexander to serve as the interim director of public safety for the city of South Fulton from November 13, 2025 through May 31st, 2026.
Madam Superintendent.
Thank you, Mayor. Well, we're very pleased to have Dr. Alexander as part of our team. He has jumped in. My initial contract with him was for 3 months. A month and plus has gone by really quickly, and we realized that we have a lot of work to do. And so I have asked him to stay longer and extend his contract through 6 months. Dr. Alexander has other opportunities that are presented to him all the time. And so it's my recommendation that we extend him for a minimum of 6 months at this time.
All right, thank you. While I had hoped to limit contracts to the first 3 months of the year to allow the next mayor and council the maximum amount of flexibility, I do understand that there are other offers on the table, and we definitely do need your services, Dr. Alexander. Thank you for being here. There is a motion on the floor. All right, the chair will entertain a motion.
I move to approve an extension of the professional services agreement with Dr. Cedric Alexander to serve as interim director of public safety for us from November 13th, 2025 through May 31st, 2026.
It's been properly moved and seconded. Any further discussion? Seeing and hearing none, let's take this vote online.
I record that motion approved unanimously, 7-0.
Thank you. Please sound the next item.
That brings us to number 3. The Information Technology Department, in partnership with the Police and Fire and Rescue Departments, requests approval to enter into an intergovernmental agreement with the Fulton Emergency Services to provide 911 emergency communication services and 800 megahertz radio system access and record management system. The annual cost for the 911 emergency communication services is $1,650,000. The cost for the 800 megahertz radio system is $407,082, and the cost for the records management system is $175,904.15, for a total amount of $2,232,986.
The chair will entertain a motion.
I move to approve the 911 emergency community service and the 800 megahertz radio system access and record management system for a total amount of $2,232,986, in addition to award for project number 25-08 Flesh House Road, ATMS-SU 700 to NGT Group Group LLC, the lowest responsive bidder, for $4,222,270.40.
All right, it's been properly moved and seconded. There is discussion. I hear everyone saying it. Let's use the cue. The chair will start with Mayor Pro Tem Pritchett.
Okay, so my discussion is on item number 3. So am I to understand that this is us renewing 911 with Fulton County? For how long? A year? So my question is, when are we gonna stop doing this? No, I'm just asking. Yes.
So this is a part of the money that we pay, that we could be paying our own to manage 911. So I'm glad you actually put that on the record. As we explain to the public, this is one part of what we pay for the service that we get from Fulton County, which we hope when our public safety building is finished, we'll be able to bring that in-house. And as I shared before, this is in addition to the 911 fees that everybody in this room who has a cell phone pays. They collect that money as well.
I have a follow-up question. So at any point, because the police headquarters is not gonna come up like next year or anytime really soon, is there a possibility, is it possible before our police headquarters comes online that we can have our own services?
So what we're doing is, if you notice, there are 3 pieces to this. So one of the things we're starting to work on is RMS, our own records management system for police and fire. We debated standing up a temporary 911, and when we looked at the cost and the time it would take, it was just more advantageous to prepare to do it in our own space. So we are working closely with Chacon, who runs the North Fulton 911 for several cities up there, and they are giving us advice and preparing us so that when we get to that point, we're not going to be starting from scratch on setting up our 911. We will be well underway and ready to go. We'll time it such that we will be ready to go when the building comes online.
Thank you. That's all I have.
Just as a point of order, I do want to say the 911 center will be actually in our fire headquarters, not in our police headquarters. Our fire headquarters on Highway 92. The chair recognizes Councilman Sebastian.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. My questions were answered. Thank you.
Awesome. And with that,
Um,
is there anyone else in
I'm
the
in
queue?
yes, I
All
just
right,
can't get
Councilwoman
in.
Willis.
I just want to just put on the record that Councilmember Gums and I have been working with the city manager and the fire chief, and we kind of studied this uh, with the as it relates to the emergency response times as it relates to ambulance services. And really, we have nowhere to go but to Fulton County. I mean, there are other municipalities that have 911 service, but all of our systems are tied to Fulton County. While I agree that we do have to, it would behoove us to go ahead and establish our own service, it's not something that's gonna happen overnight. Number one, we have to build a facility. Number two, we have to make sure we have all the infrastructure in place. And then we're gonna have to hire 911 operators. And so it is going to be a process for us to move in that direction, but I'm glad that we are moving in that direction. And the first thing was for us to approve for us to build our training center and the funding. Thank you.
All right, let's take this vote in the queue.
Record that motion. That's approval of item A3 and B1. Approved unanimously, 7-0.
All right, please sound the next item.
That brings us to B2, which is request council approval of a resolution by the City of South Fulton City Council to establish a sidewalk cleaning initiative focusing on public right-of-ways, pedestrian crosswalks. This is sponsored by Councilmember Gums.
The chair will entertain a motion.
I'd like to make a motion to request council approval of resolution by the City of South Fulton City Council to establish a sidewalk cleaning initiative focused on public right-of-ways and pedestrian crosswalks. I also would like to request approval of a resolution authorizing submission of the fiscal year 26 local maintenance and improvement grant application to the Georgia Department of Transportation in the amount of $1,592,575.58 for roadway resurfacing projects, authorizing matching funds in the amount of $477,772.67, and the execution of necessary grant documents if awarded, providing an effective date. And lastly, I would also like to request approval of a resolution authorizing acceptance of the Outdoor Recreation Legacy Partnership Program grant in the amount of, I think that's $1,080,072 through the U.S. Department of the Interior National Park Service for Blvd Natural Area Project, authorizing matching funds in the amount of, again, $1,080,072, and execution of the grant agreement with the Georgia Department of Natural Resources, along with the related documentations providing an effective date.
Second.
And congratulations.
It has been properly moved and seconded. Is there any discussion? I do have one question. There was no cost associated with item B2. Madam City Manager, do you have a price for that?
So we have incorporated the sidewalk cleaning initiative as part of the Public Works maintenance budget. And every year we commit to doing a percentage of sidewalks across the city. And in addition to cleaning, we will be doing repair, cutting back trees. And so periodically through the year, you'll see sidewalk maintenance happening citywide. So this comports with what we put in the budget.
No one's debating the need. It's just it's the only item listed on the agenda that didn't have a dollar amount. Yeah. So that stood out. So the dollar, we can find that in the budget, you're saying?
Yeah, this year we programmed $670,000 for it.
All right, thank you. All right, let's take this vote online.
That's approval unanimously for items B2, B3, and B4.
Let's sound the next items.
So that brings us to letter C under administration, number 2, discussion allowing planning commission to use city council chambers for their monthly meetings.
All right. Several folks are getting in the queue. I just asked for this item to be on the agenda. We have outgrown the planning commission room. We have this room. It is set up to have meetings. We only use it twice a month. I'm inquiring as to the council's openness for those meetings to be here. I will just say, as a matter of course, I did get an email today. It won't affect the next planning commission meeting, but I did get an email today that Welcome All was going to be unavailable for the next few days because of an HVAC issue. I generally think that it's not meeting in a gymnasium or community room or gymnasium isn't the best place to have a planning commission meeting. But with that, I will open it up to council for your thoughts. The chairman recognizes Mayor Pro Tem Pritchett.
So I'm going to make my comments real clear. I am adamantly opposed to that idea. And there are several reasons why. The first one really is a matter of respect. Secondly, we have a cafeteria that has plenty of space to accommodate. The room that maybe they have outgrown, depending on what this climate with the zoning cases, once we finish with our comprehensive plan and other things, it may die down. Additionally, we have another facility, the Economic Development Office, that they're free to use that as well. That's where, I guess, the Development Authority and some other groups meet at. So those are my comments.
The chair recognizes Councilwoman Williams-Brown.
Yes, that was actually going to be my comment. And, just as a reminder that when economic development, when it was stood up in its current location, that room was designed to be not just for economic development offices, it was designed to be for the community, for meetings. That's why the big open area looks the way that it looks, and can be configured in multiple ways depending on the size of the group that's using it and the number of people that are participating. So I would just simply echo that they are welcome to use economic development. There's a conference room, there's an open meeting room, and it was designed with that type of use in mind and not just solely offices for staff.
All right, the chair recognizes Dr. Rao.
I'll say this, we don't own these seats. These are taxpayer seats. They pay for us to sit up here. And I've gone to the meetings, the amount of expense, I would like us to look into it because I went to Welcome All. So we got to have a whole team go over there, set up for those meetings. The room that we built is too small. If you go in there when they're having a planning commission, and again, this whole bill and everything is taxpayers, doesn't just belong to us, and I'll leave it right there.
Thank you. The chair recognizes, I believe, Councilwoman Willis was next. I'm sorry, Councilman Sebastian was next.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just have one question. I see city manager is in the queue. I don't have a problem with people using the building. If the room is so small, operationally and logistically, because I would come into this building here, and I don't even think my card works to get in here when they're not meeting days. So logistically, will that present a problem? Because it's also a security issue. So I'll just let you answer that question.
So I don't disagree. Everything here belongs to the taxpayer. But we are evolving into a grown-up city. And I think it is important that the place where the city council meets is a city council space. I think it's important that all of the technology that we put in here for city council meetings is effectively used for the city council. And when we built this building, we really did the best we could with the space we had. We anticipated that it could have been that the room was too small, but that's all I could do with what we had, because we had to fit everybody here. One of the things I said at the opening was the building was at capacity the day that we opened, and we moved 100 people over to Frederick. So we know that the space we have here is not adequate, it's not ideal. But what we have done is to create an entire mobile kit for remote meetings, which we used when we went over to Welcome All when this building had power issues. And the team is the same team that would have to be here for the Planning Commission meeting. They just take their show on the road, and they're quite good at it. So, you know, as we evolve into being a major metropolitan city, we need to look like one, we need to act like one. We put hundreds of thousands of dollars worth of equipment in this room for city council. And my concern is when you open the door and you have one board meet in here, then there'll be justifications for, 6 other boards to meet in here. I think the city council, even though we're in a rented building in an industrial zone, I think this should be sacred space for the city council, and that's my best advice. At the end of the day, you make the decision, but that's my best advice.
Thank you. Councilwoman Willis?
Thank you. First of all, Welcome All Park is not too small. It's a huge gym. The problem with having things at Welcome All Park is that it's a very busy park. And when you have meetings there, it takes away from things that could be going on there. So everything can't be at Welcome All Park. And where our parks really, and to say that it shouldn't be in a park, I mean, we make do with what we have until we can do better. In some cities, they have their meetings in schools, in cafeterias. So I'm not going to go along with we shouldn't have things in a gym because we've had council meetings in gyms. I do think that we should consider using the cafeteria. We have used the cafeteria to have our council meetings when we didn't have the space that we're in. So we have used our space to have our cafeteria, to have our meetings, or we could consider using Frederick. We used Frederick last to host the joint city council and development authority meeting. But customarily, if you look at a lot of cities, they do have their planning and zoning meetings in a separate space. I have no objection to it, but I do understand the case that the city manager and the rest of our colleagues are making. But I do have a problem with us being, if this is our space and this space is supposed to be sacred and this space is supposed to be us, then I will go on a record to say we need to stop being locked out of our own chambers. Because when we don't have meetings, we're locked out. And we should not be locked out of our own chambers. If we decide we want to have meetings, we should be able to have meetings in our own chambers if it is our space. And that's what I'm going to say about that. I yield.
All right, thank you, Councilman Willis. I want to thank everybody for this discussion. It was a rich discussion. I did just put this item on the agenda for us to talk about it. I will say that Madam Subadan, you're right. We are evolving into a major city. We are currently at 108 or 113,000 people, depending on which population estimates or American Community Survey you use. Certainly by the time we have built our city hall, we may be at 125,000, 150,000 people. And if 10% of those people came to a meeting, right? That would be hundreds and hundreds of people. So I do want us to think about not only our city council chambers in that hall, but our chambers for committee meetings. We're adding another committee tonight. We've got many committees, and as more and more people find out about the city, as more residents become politically engaged, we can expect, I don't think it would be uncommon for 80 to 100 people to be coming to zoning meetings in the next few years. So I just want to put that out there, and I'm sure that we're thinking about that, but I do just want to put that on the record. Thank you all so much for this discussion. Mr. Clerk, please sound the next item.
Mr. Mayor, members of council, that brings us to our first read ordinances. I'll read those into the record. First one is first read of a rezoning ordinance for KZ 25-006, 50 townhomes in District 6. Number 2, first read of a rezoning ordinance KZ 25-026, U 25-008, with a special use permit to allow liquor store at 2380 Sheriff Road. Number 3 was held, so we're not reading that one. Number 4, first read of a rezoning ordinance KZ 25-028 and CDP 25-010, develop a community produce farm at 1880 and 1860 Dove Drive, 4943 and 0 Zone Avenue. Also number 5, first read of a rezoning ordinance KZ 24-014 at 4320 Union Road, 0 Union Road, 0 Union Road, and 0 Union Road in District 3. And then the last one, number 6, was deferred. And the last one is an ordinance to establish the City of South Fulton Aging in Place Commission and Disability Affairs, my understanding, to define its membership, purpose, duties, and operations. Those are all for first read.
Oh, the aging is a first read as well.
Yes, sir.
All right. The chair.
I do have a question.
Got you. The chair recognizes Councilwoman Williams Brown, and then we're coming to you, Councilwoman Willis.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. My understanding, and Councilman Bell just confirmed that item number 2, Z25-026, and /U25-008 has been withdrawn. Yeah, I'm seeing a nod, so we can strike that from the record. It's withdrawn. Number 2.
I think, do we have to do that on the record? Because there was approved, it was a public hearing held, and it's supposed to appear at the next meeting in October 14th.
Okay.
Which we would have to accept a formal withdrawal on the record.
Okay.
Wait, sorry, to be clear, should we do that on the 14th or should we do that tonight?
Yeah, my understanding, this is not right for action because it's a first read.
Got you.
So it's going to come back for a second read on the 14th.
Attorney McClendon, we got a thumbs up for that?
I think we can withdraw it tonight if council votes to do so.
Okay.
All right, the chair will entertain a motion.
I move to withdraw rezoning ordinance case Z25-026/U25-008, an application by Braff Brothers LLC requesting a rezoning from C1 to C2 with a special use permit for a liquor store.
Second.
Thank you. It's been properly moved and seconded. Just because this is a zoning item, can we take this vote in the queue, Mr. Clerk?
And also to that point, I believe there was another case that was with this one, which was going to be listed on the October 14th. This was 2 cases. So we will have to come back on the 14th to dispose of that second case.
Okay. Yes.
Yes.
And it's not listed tonight, so we can't sound it and vote on it. All right, the queue is open.
So the motion is to withdraw. So that motion was approved unanimously, 7-0 to withdraw case Z 25-026, U 25-008.
All right, thank you. The chair recognizes Councilwoman Willis.
Just had one question. Have we lifted the moratorium? The city manager asked us to place a hold on creating more committees. Where is this aging senior committee and disability service committee? Where is that going to be? Who's going to be responsible for that?
Madam City Manager.
Will be housed in the city manager's office.
Okay. So you're okay? Are we lifting moratoriums with creating committees now?
So we had asked you to hold off, but I do recognize that there's some in the queue. On this one, I don't think that it is a very heavy lift. As I understood it from the councilwoman, the real thrust behind this is to allow seniors to have a voice, to be heard. And as she explained it to me, there won't be a lot of action items coming out of this as opposed to recommendations. I did caution, because we don't have a social services program, that, this should not be a list of, financial requests from this committee. This should be recommendations on items around allowing our seniors to age in place and to fit in our community and help us to tailor some of our programs to be consistent with what our seniors need, because we do have programs, but I don't really know that we ever evaluate if the programs are meeting the needs of our seniors. We think they do, but we don't know for sure. So the Community Relations and Services section in my office will engage heavily with the Aging Commission.
My concern is I see ARC is doing like focus groups, and I like that and the recommendations that will come out of that. My concern is the fact that we don't have social services, and I just don't want. I know I have a few groups in my facility, and I love my seniors. God knows I do, and I'll go to the end of the earth for them, but I'm just concerned that this may not turn out the way that we may necessarily want it to turn out, because we don't have the social services, the senior services. That's not something that we do. Like, that's something that is a service that Fulton County does. And I just don't want us to go down a road that we can't turn. I support my colleague and I understand what she's doing, but I don't want us to go down a road that we can't come back from. And I don't want us to get slammed with a whole bunch of requests that we can't meet and that we're not responsible for, in services that we're not responsible for providing, because we're already somewhat delving in services that we're really not responsible for providing, but we do it because we have such a large senior base and we have people that's not stepping up and doing it for them. But it's really not our job to do it. It's just that we find ourselves doing it because we don't have the services that we should have as it relates to seniors. And so I'm just kind of worried about us creating this committee and we getting a list of demands that is not our responsibility to meet and that we can't meet. I do like the ARC focus groups, because to me, that helps us, that gives us some type of roadmap on what, as a city, we should be doing.
All right, the chair recognizes Councilwoman Combs.
So, Councilwoman Willis, and thank you for your expressions and your concerns. This committee is definitely more about trying to figure out, even around policies that we are driving in reference to the city. I know that I was approached by a group who also have disabilities, and one of the things that they constantly talked about is being able to share their input on what really impacts them, such as sidewalks being ADA compliant and things of those nature. So us being more cognizant and hearing from them. And another example, for instance, we know that Fulton County provides a lot of services, right? But we also know that in some instances we have provided in stopgaps, whether it be even through, I don't really want to say it, but the sanitation ordinance, where we actually, implemented just so that we can get that program off the ground to help seniors. So those type of things where they can actually kind of weigh in and provide any type of feedback and recommendation. So we're very cognizant of what's happening in their world. So we also had an incident where they wanted additional water aerobics in our parks department, senior water aerobics. And I think that if we look at some of the scales of activities that we do in our parks department, whether it be programs or providing any additional services, that we kind of lend their voices to help us. And I think it'll help us be more efficient. But you and I can talk a little bit offline. We can make sure that the ordinance, is better. And, I totally understand about your concern in reference to Fulton County, but there are also things that we can implement here to make us better policymakers.
All right, thank you. Mr. Clerk, I want you to make sure that the minutes of this meeting reflect that at this moment I am in 100% agreement with Councilwoman Willis. I do believe that as senior and disabled, getting feedback from our seniors and our differently able people, Councilwoman Gums, is super important. Not the least of which is because we are about to build all of these new buildings. And I do think that we want to make sure that they are accessible in a way that makes sense to people who are differently abled. I know sometimes there's a wonderful disability advocate in Atlanta, and she goes to buildings and she shows often how Ms. Carden, how ramps are put in places that don't actually make sense to people who use ramps, and different things like that. I am concerned as Councilwoman Willis that sometimes we create these committees and they go off and they create their own agendas beyond what we might have originally designed for them, and that is a concern. I will say this though to everyone that is watching. If you have a concern, if you think that there is a need that needs to be met in our city, you do not have to wait for us to recognize you to form a committee. We can let you into any of these public spaces that we're opening so that you can get together and do work on your city's behalf. And with that, the chair recognizes Dr. Rao.
Thank you. I probably do more. I do quite a bit of senior events. And one thing I think as elected officials, we should always have our ears open to hear the needs of our constituents. And I think we've done a good job of that. We just voted on a budget that includes funding for the Miracle League. All these buildings now have to be built ADA compliant. One of my concerns, I'll say about this in general, we can't be all things to all people. And I think a lot of times we set expectations when we create this, and sometimes we don't have the resources, which is challenging. That's why I actually partner with ARC so they can get the input from our residents, because they, like Fulton County, are responsible for these roles. I think we can do a better job of engaging those who are responsible for providing the funding and the programming so they improved. And so I just hope we look at that because I do, in every one of these meetings, I'm always amazed how much we think we're communicating to the public and they still don't get it. And so a lot of times we comment on things, whether it's education and the like, then they think we're supposed to fix that. That's not even our lane. So I do hope we just hold up on some of this stuff. We got enough boards right now. Not all of them are operating the way they should. We need to fix that or at all, like you said. And so I know at one point we asked the city manager to kind of give us a status, find out who was attending these meetings, and if they, we have to, just because we create something, don't mean we have to continue to keep it if it doesn't make sense. So I'll just leave it at that. And I'm not just talking about this, I'm just talking about in general. Thank you.
Thank you. One last comment. This is an election year. I hope that we are not reopening committees and that we're not reopening the floodgates to new committees. Our staff has a lot of work that we put in front of them already, and we only have a few more months to even appoint appointees. Some of us may not be back next year. So I just want to caution, even if we do open this committee, it doesn't mean that we're back open for committees, hopefully. The chair recognizes Councilwoman Gumbs.
I don't know if that was a dig at me, but I'm going to kind of let it slide because you cleaned it up towards the very end. But again, I want to make sure that we all understand that this is an election year, but I believe that this is something that we possibly need to have in our city, is a committee to where we're listening to the seniors, and not just this senior here and this senior here. These are people that are appointed within our community that lend their voice. So other than that, I believe that this has been in the portal. People have seen it. I don't know if you all are checking the portal, but it has been in the portal. So, again, I'm glad that we're having this conversation now, but we can continue to have dialogue in the future.
Thank you. And it wasn't a dig. It wasn't a dig at you. Mayor Pro Tem Pritchett.
So I just want to put some context into this, and I may be wrong. Y'all correct me. But when I worked here and I worked for District 5, we had this. So this is something that's not new. And when we had this, I actually chaired it because I was staff. So, I'm just throwing it out there so that people really don't think that you're creating something super brand new that has never been done. It has existed. I don't know why it stopped. We had some big gala and some activities. So there you go.
All right.
I'm in the queue.
The chair recognizes Councilman Willis.
So I didn't want to put this out there, but yeah, we did have a senior committee, and we had Clerk Adams can pull the ordinance, and it ended up being a hot mess. It ended up being a committee full of. It ended up being a hot mess, and it became problematic for staff to manage it. It became problematic for staff to manage the expectations. We used to have senior balls and senior balls was the main activity out of it. It was supposed to grow and manifest into something similar to what is being put on and we ended up disbanding that committee. We did. And so I applaud Councilmember Gumbs, and we all try to do our best to but I think we really do need to think about this, and I was going to talk to her offline about it, but since Mayor Pro Tem put it out there, we did have a committee for seniors, and we ended up disbanding the committee because it did not go as planned. It ended up being very problematic for the city. It ended up being very problematic for staff, and we ended up getting demands that we could not commit to.
All right, I think this has been a rich discussion. We're doing so good. It's 9 o'clock, and we've gotten through all the people's business except for this one last item. Mr. Clerk, please sound that last item.
Last item is on the add-on agenda, walk-on items. Request council approval of the following special event for September 20th, 2025 from 9 a.m. to 9 p.m. for the Soul Symphony Orchestra Fashion Fundraiser on behalf of Miguel Wilson for a ride to the Olympics. It's located at Enon Ranch, 3502 Enon Road.
This is a private event. Okay, yes. It sounds like there's a lot of questions and comments. We do have 4 events already scheduled for that day, so I'm actually going to start with Madam City Manager, just to ask if we have capacity. I don't know what they're asking for, if they're asking for police officers or anything like that. Is there anything that they need from us that might be an encumbrance for us, as we already have 4 events planned for that day? And if you can name the 4 events, I was only aware of 2 of them.
If you really look at it, Mayor, it's more like 5, because we do have the HBCU tournament at the Southwest Tennis Center as well. So we do have a number of events. I think just reading the document, they were expecting maybe about 650 people at this event. If I read the document correctly, that was attached to the agenda. I don't think they requested any police or anything from the city, but 650 people at Enon Ranch.
I'm sorry, is there capacity?
That's not even at their capacity.
You say what now?
Is there capacity for 650 people at Enon Ranch?
Oh, yes, I'm quite sure it is. It's not? Okay. Outside, okay.
Okay.
But that's what I know that they were requesting, I think, in the document that was sent.
All right, was there already a motion in a second?
And I second.
All right, there's a motion in a second. Let's take this vote in the queue.
Wait a minute, I didn't even hear the motion.
Oh, I'm sorry. Okay, there is a motion in a second. Councilwoman Willis, I didn't mean to skip you. Did you have a comment or question?
Can you tell me what the motion was?
To approve.
And what is this?
It's a private event.
It's a special use permit for a private event, which we also have to approve. Private events as well as our own city events.
Okay, but I just heard him saying there was gonna be 600 people on this property, and to my understanding that they don't have, that's over, like, we need fire personnel to say if that's okay, because to my understanding, they're not supposed to have over 250. Did I miss something?
So yes, Councilman Willis, you did miss one thing, and that is that the event is inside and outside. So while the indoor capacity of Enon Ranch may not accommodate 650 people, indoor and outdoor together do. And it is my understanding from Madam City Manager, I'm going to ask you to elucidate that this has already been through a process with CDRA. They've looked at the site plans and have approved that. Madam City Manager?
Mayor, that is correct. It went through what I call the Latricia Mosley process, and all the boxes were checked, and it's on your agenda for approval.
Okay, so one last question, I'm asking one more time. People keep talking around it.
Wait, 1 second. I'm sorry, there's a lot of crosstalk and we can't hear you, Councilwoman Willis.
Okay.
Okay, you have the floor.
Yes, people keep talking around it, and I have asked, what is this event? I didn't ask, we understood it's a private event, but if I'm going to approve something, what is it? Who is it? You can't just come to me and tell me that, to ask me to approve something for a private event for 600 people. What is the event? Who is the event for?
You've been heard, Councilman Willis. Dr. Cooper is coming to the podium, and Councilwoman Gums may have some information for you as well.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. So this event is September 20th, 9 a.m. to 9 p.m. This is the actual application that was attached. It has gone through all of the processes. It's a black tie soul symphony. Participants expected 650. Fundraiser to empower underrepresented youth through equestrian sports. No alcohol will be served. That's pretty much what I have.
And
Go ahead,
And
Councilwoman
just to
Jones.
add some, I guess, a little bit more color to it, this event is an annual event that he has. It's similar to the fashion polo match that is a fundraiser for students in the equestrian field. And I believe a lot of them are Morehouse students. So.
Okay, now I understand. I know what this is.
Okay,
Okay.
so,
All
and
right.
it's exciting to have them in our city to host it this year. So I've been watching the online reviews. They're getting a lot of positive feedback. I just don't know why it's coming right now. When did they submit their
Yeah.
application?
I just was confused. Why are we just getting this now? I know what this is. Okay.
Well, we
thank
can
you.
talk about that on.
Okay, yeah, I don't,
But I call for, the previous question so we can, move this forward.
All right, let's take this vote by show of hands.
Yes.
Record that motion approved unanimously, 7-0.
All right. At 9 o'clock, we have reached, wait. At 9 o'clock, we have reached the end of the people's business. Mr. Clerk, please sound the next item.
Council comments?
Wait a minute, y'all. He called for the previous question. I seconded. We approved to the previous question, so now we got to go back and vote on the motion.
Okay, just to perfect the vote, let's vote on the previous question that's been called. Let's go ahead and vote for this item.
Yes.
All right, thank you. We have reached the end of the people's business. We do have comments if folks want to waive their comments. All right. All right, one person has a comment, or two people, all right. Mr. Clerk, please call the next item.
Executive session if necessary?
No, we have council comments.
Council comments?
Yes.
We're gonna do it?
Yes.
Okay, council comments?
All right, starting with Councilman Sebastian.
Thank you all. I just want to say for the public knowledge, and I talked to Council Member or Mayor Pro Tem Pritchett. I know we have two major events in the city this Saturday. So come on over to Wilkinson Mill Park from 2 o'clock for the second annual International Cultural Festival. And we're gonna have the United Nations in Wilkinson Mill Park come this Saturday, including cultural wear, food from all over the world. We're even gonna have a cricket clinic, and of course, music from all over the world. And I keep saying it's an international festival because last year, the largest contingency was from Asia, and I believe they're coming in full numbers again this year. I did apologize to Council Member Pritchett and to the staff because normally when I had that event before, which was my fall festival, it's normally held on the second weekend of September. And this year, for some reason, we put it on the third weekend. So when I was asked to move that event to accommodate the Azuka Fest, I agreed, but I hadn't realized that I did not move it from the second to the third, and I was supposed to move it from the third to the fourth until it was too late. So I want to say on record publicly that it was not intentional, but you know, we've done major events before on the same day, and we've gotten through them, and we're going to get through this weekend too. And I look forward to going to the International Festival early and to finish the day at Wolf Creek for the last part of Azuka Fest. So thank you all.
The chair recognizes Mayor Pro Tem Pritchett.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, for acknowledging me. My comments are happy Hispanic Heritage History Month, which started on September the 15th and will go on to October 15th. And we are having the third annual Azúcar Music Fest, which is a celebration of culture. And it will be on Saturday, September 20th at Wolf Creek Amphitheater. The doors open, I think, at 3, but the show starts at 4:30. It's going to be a lot of fun. It is a free event. You can bring your coolers. There won't be a charge for that. You don't have to pay to park. It's going to be very festive and very enjoyable. And we will look forward to seeing Councilman Sebastian and the rest of the council who has joined in previous years, and we've had a wonderful time.
I have one question for you.
Yes.
Can you teach me to, is it samba or what's that? Salsa?
Teach you salsa?
I promise you I'll take a lesson. Okay? All right.
And we'll have some dancers there too. So, but it'll be a lot of fun. So we look forward to having everyone, and azúcar.
All right, lastly, I do just want to take a brief moment of silence. We had some pretty horrific accidents the past couple of weeks. One person lost their life. I want to say that our prayers, our thoughts and prayers are with Tori Tomlinson, Old National Entertainment, and Miss Glenda Brewer, who sits on our code enforcement board. It was her son and Tori's brother who passed. Also in a car accident last week and lived, thankfully, was Miss Danielle Duncan. She will be rejoining us this week, so we are thinking of all of you. Thank you so much for all that you have done for our community, both of you, and you all are in our prayers. And with that, Mr. Clerk, please sound.
Nope. I was in the queue to give a comment, and that's why I was asking, did you want me to? You usually are the last person to give a comment, but you ignored me. So
I didn't ignore you, Councilwoman Willis. We just don't see you. There's just a delay. You have the floor. Knock it out.
I just want to bring awareness that this month is Blood Cancer Awareness Month. And Blood Cancer Awareness Month is a time that we should give awareness to people who have battled, or people who are battling, and or people who have overcome leukemia, lymphoma, multiple myeloma. There are thousands of people that are diagnosed with this disease every year. It's becoming more prevalent in the African American community, especially multiple myeloma. And so you can be detected of these blood cancers through your annual visits and through blood tests. Just to give you a personal, multiple myeloma is something that is a disease that my mother suffered with, my grandmother, and her first cousin. And at one point they said it wasn't hereditary. But, you know, after my mother was diagnosed with it and her first cousin, now all of her children and offsprings have to be tested annually for this disease. So I know that we are approaching October. That's breast cancer awareness, but we need to also have awareness of blood cancers. I want to also remind everyone that we will be starting our partnership with Fresh Market at Waccamaw Park as of September 24th. They will have a 30-minute class. After the 30-minute class, you will be eligible for a bag of fresh vegetables. And so that will be at Waccamaw Park starting September 24th. If you can't make at 10 a.m., then there's a class October 1st. And then the last class at Waccamaw Park will be October 8th. And we are partnering with Walgreens as well. So after that particular class, we will have free vaccinations, and Walgreens will be there. So please stay tuned. If you're not getting my newsletter, feel free to subscribe to my newsletter. And again, prayers to Ms. Brewer, the Brewer family, and Tori Tomlinson on their tragic loss. Thank you, and I appreciate you letting me speak, Mayor.
No problem. One last thing for council and staff. This is open enrollment for benefits. It ends on Friday. It is a passive enrollment, but if you do want to make changes, please log on to ADP now. And with that, Mr. Clerk, I think we have a few exigent items for executive session. Is that correct, Madam Attorney and Madam City Manager? So the chair will entertain a motion to go into a brief executive session.
I motion to go into a 10-minute executive session.
Second.
For
personnel, cybersecurity, and litigation.
All right, it's
All the things.
probably, it's been properly moved and seconded. Let's take this vote by show of hands.
Court, that motion approved unanimously. We are recessed at 9:23.
All right, your time starts now.
Yes.
Chair will entertain a motion.
I need y'all to get.
The chair will entertain a motion to reconvene. It's been properly moved and seconded. Let's take this vote by a show of hands.
Record that motion approved 4-0.
All right, the chair will entertain a motion to adjourn.
Motion turn, second.
All right, let's take this vote by a show of hands.
Record that motion approved. We are adjourned at 9:57 p.m.
Thank you, everyone. Good night.